What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, March 10th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, is this the end for Rodney Terry? Texas basketball suffers a brutal loss to Oklahoma to end the regular season. Is it time for change atop the Texas men's basketball program? Plus, the Texas women come up just short of an SEC tournament championship. Texas baseball and Texas softball stay red hot. The NFL offseason kind of begins today, although it really started over the weekend. There's been all sorts of crazy moves from around the National Football League that we will discuss. And, oh yeah, it's another day that ends with Y, which means we've got another airplane story for the people. We are locked, we are loaded, and we are ready to roll. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. Hope you had a fantastic weekend, Buck. How are you this morning?
I'm doing fine, man. It was a great weekend. It was a lot to do, and you know, I'm doing a lot of gardening. Javier was here this weekend. It was on, man.
Whoa!
No snakes, no rattlesnakes seen. It was cool yesterday. I got up yesterday morning, and I was a little chilly, and it stayed kind of chilly all day with that wind blowing. But today, temperatures will rise. Tomorrow, they will rise even more. I mean, by Wednesday, we may get close to 90 degrees here on Wednesday. Yeah, and doesn't look like there's any rain in sight. Possibility later on in the week, but the next couple of days should be okay. And for those worried about fires, still worry about them, please, because that wind is still kind of hustling around. And it was yesterday. I was cold yesterday. I wasn't just chilly. I had a long sleeve shirt and ended up having to get a hoodie on. It was kind of cool yesterday, but the weekend was nice. It really, really was. It's good to know that the temperature is going to rise. I know people are like, I'm not ready for 90 on Wednesday. I am. I most certainly am.
I'm not.
You're not?
Too early. I mean, it was 40 last week. Didn't it dip into the 30s last week? And you're telling me we're going to get to 90 in a couple of days? Come on, it's March 10th.
Yeah, it's going to slowly rise. It's a slow rise. It's not going to be bang 87 today and then 90. It'll be maybe 80 today, maybe 85 tomorrow. But Wednesday, it said 88 to 90. So, yeah, I guess that's not a slow rise. That's a jump right at you.
That's a jump right at you. And the big news there, Javier is still here in the States.
Yes.
I was getting a little nervous. It had been a while since you and your friend had hung out together.
Yeah, he's back. It's good to have him back because some of this heavy lifting of some of this stone that I'm trying to do. Plus, he knows how to deal with the snakes.
What does he do?
He deals with the rattlesnakes.
How does he address them? Does he just like take a shovel to their head?
Takes a shovel to their heads and then buries the head with the fangs and then cuts the rattle off of them.
That might be dinner for that dude.
Nah, I don't know if he messes with rattlesnake.
Okay.
He likes the pollo, but he doesn't like the rattlesnake. I don't think I would not partake in that.
Rattlesnake?
No, I'm not an exotic. You know, I've had gator before. I didn't like it. Tastes I don't like stuff that tastes gamey. You know, I want to taste it. I wouldn't want it to be a domestic piece, if you know what I'm saying.
I don't.
I don't like gamey stuff. I like it to be domestic, you know.
I got you. So like dogs and cats, like domesticated animals.
Not so much cats or dogs.
Okay.
Only an emergency.
Okay. You had an emergency like that before?
No, I haven't been there yet. I haven't gotten to that part.
Hope you're never at that part.
No, I don't. No. Or people. No, I hope I'm never at that part. You know, like I just can't imagine. Like I've had duck before. I didn't really like it. You know, there's some gamey stuff I don't mind. But I'm not going to eat like a nutrient, one of those things. I'm not going to eat one of those big rat things that people in Louisiana say that are really tasty. I've had a squirrel, but you know, I just didn't like taking the meat off its little ribs. Felt bad about that. But a squirrel was okay. It tastes like chicken.
Okay. Did you have to prepare the squirrel or did someone do it for you?
I was at a recruit's house in Louisiana.
Oh, of course. I remember that story.
Yeah, I had to go there, and I had his dad owned a restaurant on stilts. And I went there and they brought out a squirrel with beans and rice. And the squirrel, only thing, it didn't have the tail and the head, but it had all the rest of the little arms and stuff hanging out.
Nope.
I was like, oh, this is great. Am I going to get a second squirrel?
There is no way the recruit was good enough for me to eat that.
Yeah, he ended up being a big offensive lineman.
Get rid of him. You didn't need that guy.
I didn't know, no, because I would have talked shit about him the minute he would have got there.
This guy eats squirrel at home.
Yeah. And no, but there's a couple squirrel, and then they left them on the plate, like in front of you, like 3 or 4 of them with no heads on them. It was kind of hard to handle, but it was okay. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do. To you and your families, we do appreciate what you've done for us, and do be safe out there. And hopefully everybody had a wonderful weekend as we get ready for South by Southwest, spring break, the whole works. This place is, I'm thinking downtown is going to be busy, but on the outskirts, people they were getting out of this city. I mean, there were people like getting out of here. It was like a mad exodus on Friday. People, looks like they were leaving town and not coming into town.
Yeah, traffic was pretty bad. I actually left town this weekend for a wedding in Dallas, and 35 getting out of here was miserable on Friday, and 35 coming back here was miserable yesterday.
Yeah, they're coming in and going out.
Coming in and going out, right? And yes, spring break is officially upon us for Texas students and for the majority of schools around Central Texas. And yeah, South by Southwest got officially started on Saturday, I think either Friday or Saturday, but it's going on throughout the course of this week. So yeah, downtown and the surrounding areas are going to be nuts over these next few days. So plan accordingly.
Well, there's no reason to go downtown. If I'm going to go, if I have something to pick up, wait till next week, till the week is over with this week, right? It'll be ended. Okay.
Yeah, it goes on, I believe, through Saturday. So if you've got stuff to do downtown that can wait till after Saturday, I'd wait till after Saturday.
Okay.
It's going to be pretty hectic, but it's fun. South by is always a great time. It seems like we're going to have a great weather week for the folks who do want to partake in all of those events. And this thing has grown like crazy over the years, and it's one of the biggest deals that Central Texas now has. So, yeah, a lot of people from all over the world will be in town. If you do like celebrities, then go hang out downtown, because the who's who of pop culture and entertainment and dining and everything else will be here in Austin.
That includes film festival stuff that will be down there, correct?
Yep, the film, the technology, the interactive. There's all sorts of exhibits, plus tons of music going on. So, yeah, it's fun. It is fun to be a part of, but if you don't like crowds, then maybe avoid downtown.
Yeah, I'm not. I think I've gone to one South by Southwest since I've been here all these years. I spent my time downtown Austin when I first got to Texas, and I was here. My family didn't come for the first like 3 weeks, and I had to find a place where we were going to live and stuff. And I stayed at that hotel that's right at the corner of the bridge there. It used to be there was a Fridays underneath it, and it's changed so many times. I stayed at that hotel for like a month. And I was downtown on 6th Street like it was nobody's business. I mean, I ate down there. I walked. I found my way around. I used to drive around. I drive around anyway, but in order to find places, I used to just drive around and try to find my bearings. And I used to be downtown a lot. I don't go down there anymore unless there's something I have to pick up. I'm kind of old for hanging out down there. It's just nowhere to park.
No, there's never anywhere to park in downtown Austin. That's not a South by thing. That's an everyday thing at this point. But,
and then once again, now that the tickets are $75 if you get, and you tell me they throw a boot on you. No, I don't. I used to take the chance of the $25 ticket.
Yeah,
$75 ticket. I'm not taking that chance.
And I used to do South by every year, but the older I get, the less I like crowds, which means the less likely I am to head down there.
Don's Depot. You don't have to. You know where the crowd is.
I'm not going to Don's Depot ever again.
Come on, man. You're going to pay that. What is it? Is it $10 cover charge?
$10 cover charge. And that's bad enough as it is. But no, the last time I was at Don's Depot, Luka Doncic got traded from the Mavs, and one of my favorite teams just had its complete future disappear in the blink of an eye. So, no, bad vibes with Don's Depot. I'm not going back there. Sorry about that. But I'll probably go downtown once or twice this week for South by. But oh man, when I was in college, like I would stay here for spring break just to hang out and do South by Southwest.
Wow.
mean, I would get these random odd jobs like passing out flyers or just doing something to be able to partake in as many events as I possibly could. And now it's like the thought of that just scares me. Like I've been invited to a couple of events this week, and I feel like I should say yes because it's nice getting invited, and these are nice events that I've been invited to. But it's also like, man, my couch is pretty nice here. I've got the AV Consultations TV
Oh
set
yeah,
up, and it's conference tournament week in men's college basketball, and there's a
you're
lot
not
of
going
good sports going on.
You're not good. You'll be watching basketball all week.
I'll be doing a lot, and I don't know how much Texas basketball I'll be watching this week or at all moving forward because the Longhorns dropped the regular season finale to Oklahoma on Saturday. And look, the SEC tournament starts on Wednesday, so the Longhorns still technically have a chance to make the NCAA tournament, but their tournament hopes took a major hit at Moody Center in the regular season finale as the Longhorns lose to Oklahoma 76-72, snapping an 8-game winning streak against the Sooners. It's the first time Texas has lost to OU in men's basketball since 2021, which, fitting enough, was Shaka Smart's final year in Austin. And it sure feels like we are nearing the end of the Rodney Terry era. And barring a miraculous performance in Nashville this week, Buck, it sure feels like Texas will not be dancing.
Yeah, that is nail in coffin right there on Saturday. That was you can't have the emotional game that you had the game before that, and then at home in the finale against a rival play the way they played. That was ridiculous. I mean, the star didn't play well. He's been playing well just about the entire season. He didn't show up in that game. But the disappointment is the fact that this group can't even get the ball up the court. And their two guards that they went in the portal and got were ridiculous. I mean, Pope played well in the first half and then disappeared in the second half. And then it got so bad that Trey Johnson had to be the point guard to bring the ball up the court because they were stealing the ball with minimal pressure. They were taking the ball away from the guards from Texas. That as a guard, that's like the first thing you do. Get the ball in bounds to the guy, the ball handler. He brings it up the court. I don't care what the pressure is. Dribble it between his legs, behind his back, one-on-one. And they couldn't do that one-on-one. Trey Johnson had to be the point guard, so he looked exhausted by the second half. He wasn't playing that well in the first half. So then he had to be the guy who, brought the ball up, and then he was really exhausted, and then he was shooting. He couldn't get any lift on his shots. It was just that's terrible not to find out who you got on your team that can bring the ball up the court, and it's March, and you're close to March Madness, and you're playing for your lives. But there was no emotion in that game. What happened to the emotion that we saw the game before that? I thought there would be more emotion in this game.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a lack of emotion. I think it was more of just a lack of talent. It's just not a very good basketball team. And look,
No.
Texas basketball has kind of been a one-man show over the last couple of months, and that one man chose a bad day to have a bad day.
Yes, it was.
Trey Johnson went 0 for 14. 0 for 14. Like, missed an alley-oop dunk in the first half. Missed an easy layup in the final minute that would have cut the deficit from 4-2 and given Texas a chance to maybe win that game down the stretch.
Yeah, dude, that Johnson brought the crowd off their feet right there. I thought he was going to grab two hands. He got that left hand up, and I'm like, if this goes down, they're going to go nuts. And he missed it. I was like, damn.
It's amazing. Amazing. Like, Trey Johnson has carried this team. And look, when we look back at this season, 1 year, 5 years, 10 years down the road, we're not going to blame Trey Johnson for Texas missing the tournament. He's the only reason the Longhorns even had a chance to get in. But that was probably his last home game as a Texas Longhorn. And obviously there was a spot in the NCAA tournament on the line. And Trey Johnson no-showed. Look, he impacted the game in other ways. He had 7 rebounds. He had 6 assists. He was facilitating. He was playing pretty decent defense at times as well. But none of those things really matter in the grand scheme of things. Like, Trey Johnson is on this team to score. He's the leading scorer in the SEC, and he had 7 points and didn't make a shot in what was the biggest game of the season. It's tough.
Yeah, and you don't get any help from anybody. That's
he got help. That's the thing. Like, Jordan Pope actually played well
in the first half, but what did he have in the second half? 3 points?
He had 21 points for the game. Like, that's one of his best performances of the season. If you told me on Friday that Jordan Pope was going to go for 21, Tremont Mark and Arthur Kaluma were going to give you 12, and Julian Curly Moe and Larry was going to give you 10, I would have said, Texas is going to win this game because Trey Johnson's going to get his 20, and that's going to be more than enough to beat Oklahoma, who's not good, who never beats Texas.
No, their so-called guy ended up at the foul line all day because they couldn't cover that guy. He was shaking and baking dudes that they had to hack him. They don't defend. They just don't do anything well. There's nothing that they do well. And like I said, if you don't have a point guard to bring the ball up and you've got to use your guy who's not having a good day to actually bring the ball up and start the offense, it's like, damn, you got a problem. Two guards, two grown men that have played college basketball can't, minimal pressure, can't get it up the court over the half court line. I'm like, are you kidding me?
It was, look, after Mississippi State basically ran a full court press to get back into that game against Texas a week and a half ago, you've seen Texas.
Yeah,
and the Longhorns have to prove that they can handle that. And I'm sure Vanderbilt in the opening round of the SEC tournament will be pressuring these Texas guards a lot on Wednesday afternoon. But yeah, we all thought the lack of bigs would be the biggest problem for Texas this year. And it was a problem. Like, Caden Shedrick wasn't good enough, and you had zero depth behind him. But I think the biggest issue for Texas basketball this season was the lack of point guard. Like, Julian Larry from Indiana State just wasn't as good as I think Rodney Terry and his staff thought he would be. And Jordan Pope's just not a point guard. Like, he's point guard size. I mean, he's barely 6 feet, but he is not a distributor. Right. He's not a facilitator.
Do some regular point guard things. You don't have to be fantastic.
Oh, well, he's not a point guard. Like, he wasn't really a point guard at Oregon State. Texas thought he would be a point guard here, and it didn't work. Yeah. So I think you were almost trying to put a square peg in a round hole by making Jordan Pope your primary ball handler at times this year, and it wasn't for him. So it was just a poorly constructed roster. You can't win without a point guard and without bigs. It's hard to win without one of those things. Texas was trying to win without both of those things. And that's why they finished the year 6-12 in the SEC. And they're probably on the outside looking in of a 68-team NCAA tournament field.
Yeah, Oklahoma played like they were playing for their lives. They just and they didn't have to play. They didn't have to do that much.
Because they're not very good.
Because they're
not a very good basketball team.
No.
And, I mean, that win might have saved Porter Mosier's job because he had never made it to the NCAA tournament in Norman. So you lose to them for the first time in more than 4 years. The loss probably cost your coach the job. The win might save their coach his job. And, that probably gets Oklahoma into the NCAA tournament, and it leaves you at home. So that was a bad one to lose.
As bad as Texas is, I didn't think they would lose that game.
I didn't either.
I didn't think they'd lose that one.
Well, they were 5.5-point favorites. Vegas didn't think they'd lose that game. Ken Pom didn't think they'd lose that game. Again, Texas had beaten Oklahoma 8 straight times. Oklahoma was a little bit banged up, right? Sam Godwin, who is maybe OU's best big man, was not playing. He was in street clothes for that game on Saturday. And Texas got Kendall Weaver back. Now, he only played 5 minutes, barely did anything. But, Texas was the healthier team. They were at home. They've dominated this rivalry. They had just come off an impressive win on the road in Starkville. Everything was seemingly lining up for the Longhorns to get this one done on senior night. And it's not like they got killed. It was a close game throughout. I think 12 ties and 13 lead changes. So it was an evenly matched game. But down the stretch, in winning time, Oklahoma made the plays to win, and Texas didn't. That's happened way too much this year, and that's happened more often in the Rodney Terry era than we would like. And obviously that brings up the question.
They didn't have any backup to one big man. They just didn't have any scores. Arthur Kaluma, since he got hurt, he's just been okay. It's just they just didn't have any players.
Although I think they did have players. They just didn't have guys to fit certain roles on this team. Remember, this was a team that started the year in the top 25. It's not just Texas fans. Well, no Texas fan gets to vote on these preseason polls. This was a roster with some talent, but the coaching staff couldn't find the right roles for these players, and it just never fully clicked for Texas. This team was picked to finish 7th place in the SEC, which isn't great, but they ended up finishing 13th, Buck. Texas is the 13th seed in the SEC tournament. So they had decently high expectations. They were supposed to compete, at least towards the middle of the pack in the SEC in year one, and they ended up finishing 4th to last. Like, that's unacceptable. And again, you're going in the wrong direction. I know what Rodney Terry did in 2023. I know he's won 4 tournament games, which, I mean, Shaka Smart was here for 6 years and didn't win a single tournament game. So I know RT has done a lot of good things as the head coach for Texas basketball, but you're looking for progression, Buck. This team got worse throughout the course of this year, and this program has gotten worse throughout the 3 years that Rodney Terry has been here. And I don't know how much longer you can let that go. I don't know if you could just hope that things are going to turn around if you bring this guy back for another season.
No, because this guy has to bring back a whole new team.
Right. And he just had to do that last year, and look what he brought in, a team that couldn't make the tournament.
Right.
And
no, I don't trust. I have to get 2 good guards. I have to have a true point guard and another guard to take his place when he gets in foul trouble or whatever, is not playing well, that can at least get the ball up half court. That was ridiculous to watch. Yeah. Between them and the young ladies who, we know they're going to the tournament. They were throwing the ball away yesterday. That was, that's not like what Vic Schaefer's used to see and his team not be able to get the ball up the court either. The pressure was, South Carolina is pretty damn good. They're used to winning, and they put the pressure on, and Texas couldn't get the ball up the court. Well, they definitely didn't let them get it in the middle.
Please don't compare playing OU men's basketball at home to playing South Carolina women's basketball on the road.
You're not going to beat South Carolina like on every time you play them. You're not beating them.
Right? Yeah. I mean, that's a really good team. Look, Texas is about to be a 1 seed in the women's tournament despite that loss. So we'll get into that loss because it was frustrating, and Texas, missed out on an opportunity to win an SEC championship yesterday. But like you can if Texas had that type of performance against Auburn or Alabama in men's basketball, then it's like, all right, they're way better than you. You fought hard, you were close, but you couldn't beat them. Whatever. But against an Oklahoma team that was behind you in the SEC standings going in, I mean, that team was 5-12 in the SEC going into Saturday. Like, to lose that game at home as a 5.5-point favorite, that's inexcusable, is it not?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Are you kidding me?
You could excuse losing on the road to South Carolina in the SEC Women's Basketball Championship. You can't really excuse losing.
I don't never excuse some of the fundamental things that happen. You look at them and say, look at the fundamentals. That's all. A lot of basic stuff happened for Texas. For the Texas men, it's more than the basics. They're just, to me, not very good.
No,
they're just, they don't pay. No emotion. It's a do or die game. You can't bring the ball up half court. Your star, who's not having a good night, ends up being your point guard in the second half, and that guy's already tired. I mean, you got to look at your coaches and look at each other and go, we don't have a guy who can bring this ball up. We got to depend on this guy, this freshman, to bring the ball up, and he's got to score too, and he hasn't played well in the first half. Guess what? He's going to be tired in the second half. He's not going to get any lift. He's not going to do some things. But, I mean, when I look at the ladies yesterday, they had a bunch of fundamental stuff just go wrong on them. And I'm not used to seeing that with them.
No, we'll get to the women. I want to talk more on the men here. I mean, it's bad. It's bad for Texas, and it sucks that we're not going to get to see Trey Johnson play in an NCAA tournament game. It sucks for Texas fans. It sucks for the rest of the country because you want to watch superstar players at this time of the year. And Trey Johnson's the type of talent that can put his team on his back and maybe lead the Longhorns to a win or two in the big dance. And it's a crime that he's not going to get there. And it's just, this happens too much at Texas where the Longhorns waste lottery picks. They don't do anything with them at Texas, and then they've got to watch these guys go off to the league and succeed. This team, look, you might not think it's the most talented team in the country. It's not the most talented team in the country, but it sure as hell had enough talent to find a way to make it into the field of 68, even in this historically good SEC. And it's not over for Texas, but Buck, they need 2, probably 3 wins in Nashville this week. And the path for Texas is not easy. They've got to open up with a Vanderbilt team that they just lost to a couple of weeks ago. By the way, it is in Nashville. You're not playing on Vandy's campus like you did last time, but it is a game in Nashville.
Yep.
So it's kind of a road game that you'll be playing. Then if you beat them, you've got to beat A&M again, which, okay, you beat them once, but they're really good. And then if you win that game, you've got to beat Tennessee, who you lost to in the regular season. So the path for Texas to get there, it still exists. But, I mean, you lose to Oklahoma, you lose to Arkansas, you lose to South Carolina, you lose to some of the teams that the Horns lost to in February and early March. Like it feels stupid. I feel like I'm wasting my breath even talking about the path for Texas to get in here.
The games are there. The path is there. They're going to take it. And there's a lot they have to do in order to just be in the games, and that includes Vandy this week, I believe, too.
Yeah,
I mean, this is a team that can just go south and say, "Let's pack it in. I'm done." Because if that's the motion they played at home,
wow. I hope that doesn't happen.
And once again, emotion can only take you so far if you can't get the ball up the court. Yeah, it's nice to be emotional, but you got to be able to do some of the things too that you want to do, and they just don't have the players to do what they want to do.
Well, emotion only takes you so far. You need your best player to make a shot, Buck. That's what cost Texas the game. Like Trey Johnson, we haven't seen this from Trey Johnson all year, and he's been red hot as of late, and he just didn't make a shot. Like, I don't think emotion was really the problem for Texas. I just thought their best player played like shit at the worst possible time for the Longhorns. So you're not going to win a game like that when Trey Johnson sort of no-shows for you there. And
well, that's any game for them. I mean, because the Pope's not going to have 20-some points in the except for that game.
Exactly.
I mean, it's not like he's going to have 12 games during the season where he's scoring 21 or 18 or whatever. I mean, they've all been kind of no-shows. So, I mean, Arthur Kaluma's been a starter. Rodney Terry brought that one dude along with him who, I don't know, he gets off the bench and he brings you nothing. There's just a bunch of guys that don't bring you very much. Kendall Weaver got into the game after missing 1,000 games, and he looked like he hadn't played basketball for a while, obviously, because he hadn't.
0 points on 0 of 3 shooting in just 5 minutes for Kendall Weaver. He hit the deck a couple of times. I mean, he looked lost out there, and obviously you want him back. We know how good he was down the stretch last season, but that's a tough spot for a guy who had just missed 15 consecutive games to come back in and what was basically a must-win. He didn't give you much at all, and yeah, it's tough. And looking at bracket matrix right now.
What did the herky-jerky lefty give you in that game? The guy who you spent all this money to bring to Texas. What did he end up with 12 points, 14 points?
Yeah, 12 points, 8 rebounds for Tremont Mark. I mean, it was sadly one of his better games of the season.
Wow.
Again, I mean, you got enough from the other guys. You just didn't get enough from your star. But that's not what this season was. It used to be, you got enough from one guy. Nobody else showed up. Unfortunately, in a must-win game, you got good enough performances from the other guys, but your superstar, who averages close to 21 points per game, gave you 7 and didn't make a shot. So it's one thing after another, right? Like you get this fixed, but you do this wrong. You do this right. You do that wrong. It's just that's a sign of a bad team. That's like you are what your record says you are. Texas went 6-12 in the SEC. They finished 13th place in a 16-team conference. There's no excuse for that. It's just a bad basketball team. They weren't good enough. And even in a very expanded postseason, they're not going to make it. And you got Texas fans who are like, turn down the NIT. You can't accept a bid to the NIT. And I feel like if Texas gets invited to the NIT, they're going to say yes. That's just usually what they do. But the standard is the standard. We're talking about an athletics director that in a public forum 2 weeks ago talked about wanting to compete in the top 5 in every sport on campus. Making it to the NIT is nowhere close to competing in the top 5 in the sport of men's basketball. So I think Texas will accept it. I think Rodney Terry will get to coach out this season, whatever that looks like. But I fully expect a move to be made. And, Buck, I fully think a move should be made at the top.
Yeah, it's not going in the right direction. I would agree.
Yeah, you go from the Elite 8 to the round of 32, which those are good seasons for Texas basketball. But you go from the Elite 8 to the round of 32 to missing the tournament altogether. And like you said a few moments ago, I mean, you're going to have to completely rebuild a roster, which you had to do last year. And you had Trey Johnson, and you still couldn't make the dance. Next year, you won't have Trey Johnson. You're not going to get the NIL support that you got last offseason. It's going to make life a lot tougher for Rodney Terry to put together a squad that can be better than this year's squad. And that's, if you're Texas, I just don't think you can wait that out any longer.
No, I don't think, no, you don't have time to do that. Because this league looks like it's going to be good for a long time.
Yeah, you're right.
Other teams look like they're even going to get, teams like Vandy, they're not going to get worse. They're going to get better.
You're right. You're right. The money's coming in to the SEC. All these TV rights deals with football. You've seen that trickle down to basketball, and we talked about it. We thought it'd be a matter of time before the SEC overtook the Big 12 as the best league in college hoops because it's the best league in pretty much every other sport. Yeah, it took 0 years. I thought it'd be like 2 or 3 years for Texas and Oklahoma to be a part of the best men's college basketball conference, and instead it took 0 years. It happened right away. Quick check of the bracket matrix. I'm seeing 103 updated bracketologies from the weekend. Only 10 of those 103 have Texas in the field of 68. ESPN gives the Longhorns a 31% chance to make the tournament. To me, that feels way too high.
Yeah, I mean, you got to win 2 games, at least 2.
At least 2 to even have an argument.
To be in the 30 percentile, really, for me.
Yeah, it should be 3.1%, not 31% for Texas right now. But it starts Wednesday, 2:30 against Vanderbilt. We'll obviously talk more about that game when we get to Wednesday. But what a crappy way to end the home slate and end the regular season for Texas basketball.
I don't bet on Texas sports. Definitely don't bet on Texas basketball. But there was no chance that I thought that Oklahoma could come in here and win that game. I thought after watching them Texas play last week, I'm thinking, oh no, they're about to smoke Oklahoma at home. They can have their snake balloons or whatever they want to do, bring with them. It doesn't matter. And then for them not to be able to get the ball up half court, I was just so disappointed.
No chance?
Huh?
No chance?
No, I didn't think Oklahoma had a chance. I thought Texas would smoke them on a rivalry game, the last game, knowing that you have to win.
Look, I thought Texas would win, but I feel like I'd give Lake Travis a chance to beat Texas men's basketball. So a team that basically has the same record as you, that is desperate for its NCAA tournament life, like I absolutely thought there was a chance Texas would lose that game on Saturday.
I really thought that was going to be a pretty easy win at home and have a little bit of momentum going in. Maybe make the tournament, still lose in the tournament, not do anything. But I thought that was one game that they would win.
Yeah. Again, I thought they'd win, but saying no chance that Texas basketball would lose to Oklahoma, considering they lost to South Carolina 2 weeks ago, I wish I was as confident as you. I wish they rewarded you for your confidence, but they did not. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. I feel like people don't even want to see Texas basketball make the tournament at this point. I think just a lot of this fan base is ready for this to be done.
Start talking spring football. Start talking women's basketball and spring football.
Yeah, and then the new coach, whoever that's going to be, for Texas men's basketball.
Oh, believe me, there's a search already on.
Oh, yeah. It's been going on for months behind the scenes. We'll talk about some more positive Texas news. We'll get to baseball and softball and, of course, the Texas women's team. They did come up short yesterday, but still a very strong showing in the SEC tournament for Vic Schaefer's squad. But before we shift gears, let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier to be in this chair over 20 years. I love this chair, and I love the folks that Relax the Back because I have back problems. Well, basically, I have a thoracic back reconstruction, so my middle of my back is always bugging me. But when I'm sitting in this chair like I did this weekend, my back feels great. I can't wait for the upcoming week with the warm weather coming along. But if you've got problems with your lumbar area, your shoulders, your thoracic back, even your hips and hamstrings, head on over to Relax the Back because they have all kinds of wonderful items there just for you. Zero gravity recliners, Tempur-Pedic mattresses and pillows available to you. They've got it all the accessories you need to help you feel fantastic through the spring and into the summer. And if you know somebody that's struggling, don't let them struggle. Tell them to go over to Relax the Back and talk to the folks over there. And it may be as simple as an office chair. They've got it for you over at Relax the Back. They have 2 great locations in the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain free like a buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Relax the Back. Also, some love to our friends at centextickets.com. Hey, the Texas women's basketball team will be hosting NCAA tournament games at some point next week. If you want to be at the mood for the NCAA women's tournament, head over to centextickets.com and get your tickets. And it's not just Texas women's basketball. They got you covered with Texas baseball, with Texas softball, with every Texas Longhorn sport, plus South by Southwest, all of the concerts, all of the comedy shows, all of the everything coming to town this week. If you want to be there, head over to centextickets.com and don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 to get 10% off of your ticket purchase. That's any ticket purchase at centextickets.com.
Love them.
Yes, indeed. And a shout out to our friends at Olipop. I got to make a run to the store today because my fridge is out of Olipop. But I was hanging out with one of the employees of Olipop over the weekend. He says they're growing like crazy.
Oh, I bet. They're
And
everywhere.
it's all because of Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Good job. That's exactly right. Nobody heard about Olipop till we start talking about it.
No, this was all us right here. We've been telling you all about the 19 great flavors of Olipop for a long time now. If you haven't tried Olipop, you are missing out. It's something that's healthy and something that tastes good. You usually had to pick one or the other, right? You want something that tastes good or do you want something healthy? Olipop found a way to marry those two things. It's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Very few calories, hardly any sugar. And inside every can of Olipop, you get 9 grams of fiber and a bunch of ingredients that help support good digestive health. And again, it tastes great. So the next time you're at the grocery store, really any grocery store, H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, Costco, wherever you shop, make sure you shop Olipop.
Very nice.
All right. The Texas women's basketball team, Buck. The good news, they beat Ole Miss on Friday. They beat LSU on Saturday to make it to the SEC tournament championship game yesterday. Sorry about your girl, Kim Mulkey, for that
I don't know
loss.
how they did. How'd they do that? She's good.
They got her twice this year.
I know.
Once in the regular season and then once in the postseason. And she had this look on her face a lot in Greenville on Saturday evening.
She didn't get, was her outfit outstanding or she's just kind of basic. She's just waiting for NCAA tournament time now. She just kind of cruising through this stuff right now.
Waiting for the big dance.
Waiting for the big dance to show off her good stuff.
Yeah.
She's going to show off her goods when the big dance comes.
What kind of goods are we talking here?
She's got the goods.
And good outfits or good underneath outfits?
Yeah, all the goods.
Interesting. All right. Is that a basketball term or is that something else you're thinking about here, guy?
A lot of everything in that term.
Yeah. Well, she also has the bads because she'll do that to you if you look at her the wrong way. Knock a clipboard out of your hand. She'll get right in your face. She'll get teed up. I'd love to tee Kim Mulkey up in person, see what happens. What do you think would happen?
You go to the other side of the court, guaranteed on the other side, and tee her up. You wouldn't come close to her and tee her up.
Oh my God, no! I'd be in a full sprint as I tee her up, and I'd be sprinting away. Yeah, to the locker room, to the tunnel, to the streets, to the home, because I'd be terrified for the rest of my life. Every time I heard a knock on the door, I'd be worried it was Coach Mulkey there, ready to come after me.
I'm glad you have that kind of respect for her, though.
I don't think it's respect. I think it's fear.
Oh man,
maybe it's one and the same, but I am terrified of her. Anyways. Good wins for Texas. Ole Miss will make the tournament. LSU will make the tournament. But the bad news for the Longhorns, they got cooked in the SEC championship game yesterday against South Carolina. 64-45, the final score. The second quarter is where things got out of hand for the Longhorns. This was a 2-point game after the first. It was 12-10. Texas looked like it was up for the fight. But the Lady Cox opened up that second quarter on a 15-0 run to push their lead from 2 to 17. And that was it. I mean, against a team as good as South Carolina, basically on the road. I mean, it was not in Columbia, but it was in Greenville, South Carolina, a very short drive away from the fake USC's campus. You spot a team that good on the road, a lead like that, you're not going to come back and win. Rory Harmon got hurt early in the second quarter. She took a shot to the face, had to leave the game for 5 or 6 minutes. Texas looked out of sorts offensively, and they just got bullied defensively. Like, it was a very uncharacteristic quarter for Texas. They got outscored 21-6. And again, you can't do that against that team.
Yeah, they weren't letting Texas get the ball in the post like they had been the last 4 or 5 games where Texas kind of owned the post over everybody. You know, they weren't letting them do that. They were, and the guards were having some struggles. There's a lot of turnovers, too many turnovers, you know, without Rory Harmon in there. That really, you just could tell that there wasn't enough to get the ball in. It was hard enough to get them. it's been good getting it into the post players, but without her in there, it was really hard. Booker was having some problems too. They defended her pretty well.
Yeah.
And then those dudes from Carolina were good.
Those what?
Those dudes from Carolina are good.
Oh, we're talking about the women's team here.
Yeah. That's hard to beat. It's hard to beat. It's hard to beat them a couple times during the course of the season. They are the defending champs, aren't they?
They are, and they're still the team to beat, right? I know Texas got them here in Austin a month and a half ago, but Texas and South Carolina played 3 times, and South Carolina won 2 of them. Now, they could play a 4th time.
Sure.
If they do, it'd likely be in the Final Four. Hell, it might be in the national championship game. I do expect both Texas and the fake USC to be number 1 seeds
right
come Selection Sunday. But, yeah, I mean, South Carolina is still a top dog. I know Texas was the higher ranked team. They had fewer losses going in, but to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Yes.
And
I will be watching the women's tournament because I want to see UCLA, Duke. I want to see there's some good women's basketball teams right now.
Yeah, no, it should be a really fun tournament. And Texas probably lost the number 1 overall seed yesterday. Like if they would have beat South Carolina and won the SEC tournament, then they would have been your number 1 overall seed more than likely. But again, I still think they will be one of 4 number 1 seeds. But yeah, it sure feels like this is pretty open. I mean, South Carolina should be your Vegas favorite, and I didn't check the odds, but my guess is they are the Vegas favorite to repeat. But obviously, Texas is really good. UConn looks like the real deal. I think USC and UCLA will be the other 2 number 1 seeds. They played in the Big Ten championship, which still feels weird to say, but they played a great game against one another yesterday. So, yeah, I mean, LSU with Kim Mulkey's good. It's going to be a very fun women's tournament, and it's going to be a lot more fun because, well, the Texas Longhorns have a chance to win the tournament.
And get those home games.
Yeah, they'll get home games. The first 2 rounds will be here in Austin. We'll find out the opponents on Sunday. But, yeah, hopefully this is the year where Vic Schaefer can get over that Elite 8 hump. He's been there 3 times as the head coach for Texas, has yet to reach a Final Four as the head coach for Texas. Made the Final Four a couple of times at Mississippi State. But this sure feels like the Texas team, despite the loss yesterday, I think they've got the goods to cut down some nets and win a regional here in a few weeks. But you're right. Yesterday hurt. They got bullied. And to your point about not getting down low, let me double check, make sure I have this stat right. Yeah, South Carolina outscored Texas in the paint 40-18.
Wow.
You can't be minus 22 on the low block and expect to win. And Texas is not a great 3-point shooting team either. Like the Longhorns have gotten their 31-3 record by being big and physical and dominant down low. So when they get worked on the low block like that, they're not going to have much of a chance. And, South Carolina is really the only team all year that's been able to do that to them. They've done it twice. And like you said, the turnovers, 18 of them for Texas. They shot just 30%. I mean, they scored 45 points in a 40-minute game.
Yeah, they just didn't get the ball there. The turnovers were kind of crazy. That's why I said the men's and women is some of the fundamentals that they really struggled with yesterday. And the women haven't struggled with the fundamentals.
It's weirder to see with the women. The men have been doing it all year. Yeah. The women, it takes and you give South Carolina credit for Texas playing poorly, but I think this was a combination of South Carolina playing its A game and Texas playing its C game or D game.
Yeah, I mean, South Carolina's good. I mean, they're the 2-time defending champ. They're going to be good. They're not going to get off nights, right?
Right. 1-time defending champ.
Don't
take away from your girl Kim Mulkey. She won it 2 years ago.
Sorry about that, Coach.
That's your girl. It's your lover.
She's a sweetie.
That's your part-time lover, Steve. At least you'd like for her to be. So, still a hell of a year for the Texas women. Again, they enter the NCAA tournament 31-3. We'll find out the actual draw on Selection Sunday. But tip your cap to South Carolina. Tough one for Texas to lose, but they get a week off. Hell, they'll get a week and a half off before they play. But they will be at home this week waiting to see what the bracket looks like. But I'm still very confident that Texas will make a deep run. They've got some things to clean up offensively because even in those 2 wins in Greenville, I mean, they scored 70 against Ole Miss, just 56 against LSU. Like they were struggling to put up a ton of points late in the regular season. So there's some offensive things that I'd like to see this group cleaned up. But I think they'll be just fine.
Yeah, they can't give the ball away. Those possessions matter, so you can't give it to the other team. Too many given away.
Yeah, not against that team. But you got the mulligan in the conference tournament. Put that one behind you, flush it, and get ready for the real dance. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Plenty of NFL to get into, including.
Yeah, I saw Xavier Worthy's name in some arrest. I think it was Friday or Saturday. Saturday, I saw it, I believe.
Friday.
Yeah, I thought it was Friday. Yeah, maybe it was Friday evening.
Yeah, Xavier Worthy was arrested in Williamson County. We could transition to our NFL. There's a lot of NFL to get into because today is the start of the legal tampering period for the National Football League, but the, I guess, illegal tampering period happened over the weekend because there were about 100 moves that were made in the National Football League over these last couple of days. But yeah, some tough news to see. Lifetime Longhorn Xavier Worthy was arrested in Williamson County on Friday and booked for assault against a family or household member by, quote, impeding their breathing or circulation, end quote, which is a third-degree felony. That's the bad news.
Is that short term for being choked?
I guess, yeah, it sounds like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sounds like, yeah.
The good news for Xavier Worthy, Williamson County DA Sean Dick told the Austin American-Statesman on Saturday that his office will not be accepting the case, and Xavier Worthy is not going to be charged here.
Somebody decided not to press charges.
Well, according to attorneys, Xavier Worthy's attorneys,
yes.
Worthy and the complainant, a woman, were in a dispute after he asked her to leave his residence. They said the woman caused property damage and scratched Worthy's face, among other allegations. Apparently, the wide receiver does not want to press charges.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens here. The Kansas City Chiefs say that they are aware of the arrest. They are gathering more information. He was arrested on Friday. He was released around 6:00 p.m. on Saturday. And it doesn't sound like this thing is completely done, but as of this moment in time, Xavier Worthy will not be charged for what he was arrested for.
Well, those are the big ones because the NFL will have their own. They have their own law.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. No, the NFL is going to investigate. I mean, we've seen this happen, right? Zeke Elliott with the Dallas Cowboys a few years ago was never charged for some allegations against him, and despite never getting charged in the court of law, he got a 6-game suspension from the National Football League. And that's not the only instance where a player who has not been even found guilty, or even charged, let alone found guilty, has been suspended by the league. So, yeah, the NFL is more than likely going to do their investigating with this, and there may be some sort of punishment handed down for Xavier Worthy. Again, we'll see what happens. It's very early on in the process. As it stands right now, all we know is that Xavier Worthy got arrested and then released, and then the charges, there were no charges when this thing was all said and done, but obviously not a good look for him and not an ideal situation for anybody.
Now, is he from here? Is he from Williamson? He's not from right around here, is he?
No, he's not. So I don't know if he's got a place here now in the offseason or was just back visiting, but Xavier Worthy, not from here. California kid, obviously came to Texas for school, and I guess does some living here.
Come back for a little weekend.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he lives here in the offseason or if he was just here visiting, but it is rough. I saw Kirk Bowles tweeted this over the weekend. He said, Xavier Worthy's lawyers say he asked the complainant multiple times to vacate the residence and said she, quote, destroyed a room, scratched Worthy's face, and ripped out some of his hair, end quote. They add that there is photographic evidence supporting Worthy. So, again, the Williamson County DA's office saying they are not going to pursue any charges against Worthy. Worthy's attorneys, I should say, said that they are not going to press any charges against the complainant. But, yeah, bad look, bad situation. Xavier Worthy coming off of a tremendous rookie season for the Kansas City Chiefs. He was awesome in the Super Bowl. He was like the only player who showed up for the Chiefs in the Super Bowl a few weeks ago. Bad look for him, and hopefully this is nothing. Hopefully all these allegations are false and we can move on from this deal.
Yeah, like I said, the NFL will have their own justice. They'll figure it all out, and nobody got shot, nobody got killed. And just lucky, just fortunate when those kind of things happen, somebody doesn't get really, really hurt, So
Yeah.
either it sounds like he's going to drop the charges.
Well, he didn't charge. He's not going to press the
He's not going to
charges.
press any charges.
I don't think she dropped the charges. I think the DA's office is like,
there's going to be a settlement somewhere.
Well, the DA's office is like, there's not enough here. We're not going to continue with this, because we did our research, and it seems like that, maybe your side of the story is not what actually happened,
Right.
lady. So, yeah, there are rumors about this being Xavier Worthy's girl, and rumors about her cheating, and that may be starting all of this, which obviously that doesn't justify anything that actually happened. If there was,
you can't put your hands on a female. That doesn't.
Or a male, or both ways.
Yeah, she shouldn't be putting her hands on him or whatever. Right. But if you're the dude, generally you don't win that battle.
Right. That's right. So that sucked to see. Again, we'll learn more, I assume, in time. But Xavier Worthy arrested and released from jail Friday to Saturday. All right. Myles Garrett is a liar, Buck.
What?
Myles Garrett, the Aggie, is a liar.
Liar, pants on fire for the Aggie?
Liar, pants on fire. But hey, for $40 million a year, I think I'd be a liar too. Wouldn't you?
Depends on what the lie was.
Well, Myles Garrett, a couple of weeks ago, came out and requested a trade from the Cleveland Browns.
Okay.
And he released a statement saying it wasn't about the money. It was about competing for a Super Bowl. And he felt like he didn't have much of an opportunity to compete for a Super Bowl in Cleveland. Well,
the direction of the team, yes.
Yep. Well, a couple of weeks after saying that, Myles Garrett has agreed to a record-breaking contract to stay with the Cleveland Browns.
What about the direction of the team?
Oh, he doesn't care about that. Come on. $40 million a year? Who cares about any direction? You can get me to do just about anything.
Dude, how hard is that guy going to play?
I don't know. You think he'll check out now that he's got this deal?
I don't know. That guy plays hard. Even him playing at 70% is better than most guys playing.
Yeah, 100%. Like I don't peg Myles Garrett as like, oh, he's got his fully guaranteed, well, not fully guaranteed, but very guaranteed contract, and all of a sudden he's going to take his foot off the gas.
No, he'd probably like to be a Hall of Famer, yeah.
But $40 million per year. How about $123.5 million in guarantees?
That's the one. That's the one that'll get you no matter what. Yep. You can do whatever you need to do now. That's already, that's on the signing bonus. See you later.
It's money in the bank right there. Yeah. Myles Garrett.
No matter what you think, you may think he's playing at 100%, but he's playing at 75. You wouldn't know. He's got that in the bank already.
That in the bank. Yeah, he is now the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Thoughts and prayers to Max Crosby of the Vegas Raiders, who signed his extension late last week and was the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history for about 2 days.
Yeah, I got to find out who their agents are. I hope their agents aren't the same, because then that is a setup.
Right. Well, I mean, that's how it works.
Well,
right?
Yeah.
Next man up always gets paid more.
Well, I mean, but a lot of times the guys that play that position have the same agent, like the quarterbacks and everything else, and they just play one against the other. One gets a high one, the next one gets just a little bit more than the last guy, and both guys are happy.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think Max Crosby's going to go back to the Raiders and be like, I need 41 mil a year now. This 35.5 isn't good enough for me.
No, he's fine.
Timing matters. And Dallas, we just praised the Cowboys for getting the Osa Odigizua contract done last week. They saved themselves some money by doing that, but the Cowboys have now cost themselves some money by allowing both Max Crosby and Myles Garrett to get their long-term extensions done.
Yeah, would you like to have that fixed this week and not mess around with that into the rest of the spring?
It's too late now.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have liked to have had it fixed before either of those deals got signed. And Micah Parsons has not accomplished as much as Myles Garrett has.
No.
But Micah Parsons' agents, they're going to be talking about $40 million a year, or at least very close to it.
By the way, maybe you need to find out all three of their agents.
Yeah, I don't know if any of them share an agent, but that's like the asking price for Micah Parsons' team just got a lot higher. It did. And that's, again, how it works. When one guy gets paid, the next man up usually gets paid more. Dak Prescott was the next man up when he signed his ridiculous quarterback contract, so he got paid more. He ain't better than Patrick Mahomes. He ain't better than Joe Burrow, but he signed his deal after those guys did, so he got more money than those guys did.
Man, oh, man.
So there's a chance that Cowboys are going to have to fork over $40 million a year to get Micah Parsons to re-sign.
And they don't have a choice.
Yeah, that's tough. I don't know what the Browns are doing, by the way. Like, I think Myles Garrett requesting a trade from them was a blessing in disguise because the Browns had Myles Garrett last year, and they are picking second in the draft this year. Like, they've had Myles Garrett for his whole career. He's been a multi-time defensive player of the year.
Yes.
And they haven't won shit with him. Like, trade that guy, see if you can get a first and a second or maybe a couple of firsts and try to rebuild your team. Now, Myles Garrett is like having a Lamborghini outside of a trailer park home. And what's the point of paying that guy all of that money? I get he's really good, and you can build around him, but you haven't done so.
All kinds of players for him when it's all said and done.
Right. Like, I don't know if you're ever going to get a Herschel Walker type return ever again in this league, but you could have gotten 2, 3, 4 draft picks to really help turn your franchise around. And instead, you're paying a guy $40 million to win 5 or 6 games for your team every year if you're lucky.
Mike Parsons about to get close to 40-something, closer to the 50s, closer to the quarterback pay.
He's not going to be closer to 50s. He's not going to beat Myles Garrett by $10 million.
He's going to get all kinds of. It's not going to be slightly above him. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's
why.
Will.
I don't know why, because Myles Garrett is a beast.
You think Micah Parsons is going to make significantly more than $40 million on his next contract?
I think he's going to make a little bit more than that. I mean,
a little or significant. Those are two very different things.
How about 44?
No, he won't get there.
You don't think he's going to get that?
No, I'm not even sure he'll get to 40. I think he'll be between the 35.5 that Crosby got and the 40 that Myles Garrett got. If it is over 40, it'd be like 40.2. It would just be enough for his agents to say like, oh, their client is the highest paid non-quarterback in league history. It won't be 40. I'll eat my words if I'm wrong, and I'll give you your flowers if you're right, but I don't think it'll be that much. That'd be a ridiculous ask for Mike.
Or he's going to be, he's going to ask for some ridiculous money.
Yeah, well, he's got a little bit more leverage now than he did on Wednesday and Thursday. That's for sure.
Yeah, you're right. They should have been first out of the blocks. They knew this was coming.
It was coming. Yeah, and I just the Browns.
Jared said he wanted out. That's when the Cowboys should have struck their deal.
A good move for Myles Garrett, right? He got what he wanted, I guess. He didn't really want out. He just wanted a fat contract. He would have taken that money from anywhere, and I don't have to move. I can get this money. All of that's guaranteed. Thank you very much. I will take it.
Wow.
The Cleveland Browns. How's that Deshaun Watson contract going for them? Any idea?
They still owe some money on that, do they?
They owe a lot of money on that.
Wow.
I don't know what the hell they're going to do there. So, yep, that was, I think, the biggest piece of news that dropped in the NFL world. Before we get to the other stuff, there's a lot to get into. The DK Metcalf trade. We've got Aaron Rodgers rumors flying this morning.
About his retirement?
Not about his retirement, unfortunately, for your bold prediction. Before we get into the rest of the NFL storylines from the busy weekend it was, let's give a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Shout out to our good friends over at Sue Patrick. Since 1975, they've got that incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and they've got tons of Texas-themed gifts and items there just for you, a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. Check out the polos that are out there, the golf shirts that are available for you right now at Sue Patrick's. They offer free shipping on online orders over $49 and free curbside parking at 5222 Burnett Road. Go by and say hello to Jay and the whole gang over at Sue Patrick's. Hey, Jelly Cats are there. Easter just around the corner. Be a part of it. Love that. All the caps are there too. I bet you they had to restock the caps now for this spring, but they'll be right there. You can pick them up, as I said, 5222 Burnett Road, or go to SuePatrick.com.
You all right? What are you throwing your pen over there? What's going on?
Yeah, my pen jumped out of my hand.
All right. Grab that. I'll tell the people about McCall Custom Homes if you need to get that pin. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. If you're ready to upgrade your home, a new kitchen, a new bathroom, new life to your outdoor space as the weather starts to warm up here in Central Texas, you're going to want to spend more time outside in Central Texas. Our friends at McCall Custom Homes can do all of that for you. They are custom home builders. They are custom home renovators, and they've been doing it here in Central Texas for 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and that experience, again, has been right here in Central Texas, so they know what it takes to turn your Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their 5-star reviews online. Go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of projects they've done over the last 4 decades. Get some ideas for your place, and then reach out to Mike and his great team at McCall Custom Homes. They're gonna combine your vision with their vision, and it's gonna create something spectacular. Mike is a great dude, big TSU supporter, big Longhorn fan, and he and his family will take care of you. Again, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com is the website, or you can call or text Mike himself at 512-633-9580. That's 633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Love my big 85-inch screen TV from AB Consultations. I'll tell you what. Guess what this week is? The Players Championship in Florida. My daughter's heading down here from Jacksonville. She goes every year. Boy, if you want to see a beautiful golf course, you need to have a beautiful big screen TV from AB Consultations. Tom McKay. I don't know if they can get it out this week. I bet if you call today, you may be able to get on the list and have that bad boy simply because that is a great tournament to watch a beautiful golf course, BK. The Players this week as we get ready to head towards March Madness and also the Masters. And you need one for the Masters.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about that. avconsultations.com is their website. They've been around since 1988, hooking Central Texans up with the home TV setups of their dreams. You see the 2 screens behind me hooked up by Audio-Visual Consultations. And with this new setup I have here in the studio, you can really see how nice these TVs look, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know what you can't see, Buck?
I don't see any wires.
No wires sticking out. Now, you try to do this yourself, you're going to have a wire coming here, you're going to have a wire coming here. It's going to look bad. Yeah, holes in the wall. It's going to look like shit. It's going to work like shit. Don't do it yourself. Call the experts at AV Consultations. Let them hook you up. And yeah, you might not be able to get on the schedule this week, but I bet they'll get you on the schedule by next Thursday, which is the first day of the round of 64 for the NCAA men's tournament. You want to make sure that you've got your TVs done right by the real start of March Madness. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Yeah, Deshaun Watson redid his deal, restructured for – how's that? He's going to get his money, right?
I'm pretty sure he's going to get his money.
Man.
They restructured that deal to get it under the salary cap because they are paying Deshaun Watson so much money. But when you signed a 5-year, $230 million fully guaranteed deal,
wow,
that means you are fully guaranteed all $230 million of that 5-year contract. So, yeah. Way to go, Brownies. That's a lifetime
of cruise control right there.
That is a lifetime of massages right there.
Man.
That's what it is. All right. Wow. Deshaun Watson is set on that regard. Maybe he doesn't need to go to Instagram. Maybe he can actually use real massage therapists now with all of that money that he got.
Call up the legits.
See what happens with Justin.
They come to his place. He doesn't go to their place.
Well, that's how it used to be. Now I feel like he should be just going to their place. Just go to a real massage therapist.
Yeah.
Massage parlor.
Get yourself a massage.
Get yourself a massage, Bob Kraft. Or Justin Tucker.
Massages are all right. It's like after I had my back surgery and somebody said, you know what's going to do it for you? Acupuncture.
Ooh.
And I'm like, you mean those needles? But then again, I would try everything. And I tried it all. You know what? If somebody said they could stick some digits up there and I wouldn't have back pain, I probably would go to that. But I went to acupuncture, dude. By the time I got out to the car and started up the car, it was hurting again already. I was so pissed. And they have those little needles stuck in me when they tell you, and I love what they always tell you, you won't feel any of this. Really?
You felt all of it?
I felt all of it. Every one that went in my back, I was like, oh, that pinches. That bothers me.
I've never done it before,
Oh,
so maybe I can't talk about it, but that looks terrible. How does
it
that
does,
work?
doesn't it?
Like, I have zero interest in ever doing acupuncture. There's
I don't
got
know
to
why.
be another way.
That was just one of those, okay, Bug, you got to try it. Everybody talks about it. So maybe, 2 out of 10, it will work for. It did. I'm going to tell you, I went there and I was in there for about an hour and a half, BK. And getting all this shit on me was probably an hour, 20 minutes of it. You know what I'm saying? And then when I got up off the table and got to the car, I turned the car on and my back started to hurt all over again. I was so upset.
Yeah.
And that ain't cheap.
I'm out on that bit.
They might as well have had a blowgun shooting the darts into my back.
That would have been better, huh?
It would have been, yeah. Yeah, at least I'd have got something out of it. Man.
Acupuncture and cupping is now a big deal, too.
I've been cupped. Yes.
By who?
The same acupuncture people. They cupped me, too.
Where'd they cup you?
In the back.
Gotcha.
It's just a suction deal. And, and then they pull those. No.
That looks painful too. I don't even like massages that much. I don't want people touching me. Like I don't need that. I don't need a massage, but I sure as hell don't want needles or suction cups drilling into my back. I'm out.
My worst was my deep tissue. I'm not even going to say the name of the place, but I went to them a couple times. They said, because you need to do this a couple times, where they deep tissued you. I came out in tears one time. It hurt so bad. The pain was worse than the pain that I went in with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When I left. And I had tears in my eyes because when they were doing it, it hurt. So, you've got to really feel this. We got to really get into your tissue. I mean, yeah, but you don't have to go through my skin in order to get through it. And I went out and it hurt so bad. And I said, I'm going to do this one more time. They said, you got to come back. I said, well, I don't have to come back, but I'm going to.
You did?
And I came out in tears twice, and that was it for me for that.
God.
Can you imagine going to a place you're already hurt, but you go in there and have a treatment done it makes you cry, a grown man. I mean, brings tears to your eyes. It hurts so bad. It felt like somebody's hand had gone through the skin and near the bone,
Did you feel better after?
No. There was because the pain from it was too much to bear.
Yeah, that's like, I feel like that's the point of a deep tissue massage. Like you're going to deal with some pain in the moment, but after the fact, you're supposed to be feeling better. But sounds like that didn't happen with you. So
no, it was disheartening. It was like, and then of course now I've heard of the new thing. Well, they put a little battery pack underneath you, inside of you. I'm like, no, we're not going in there again. Nothing ever is going. It is what it is. I'm not running marathons. I'm trying to get some golf in. Trying to get to my grandkids' games where I can walk. I'm trying to get some walking in. I'm not running except for to beat my wife. That's about it. That's the only race I can do.
Okay. That kind of beat your wife. Beat your wife in a race.
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure we're on the same page there.
No.
So what, the doctor gave you a vibrator? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, they talk about different things that they put inside of you now. They can, to stimulate some areas to knock out the pain. We're not going in there. Nobody's going. No, I'm going under no knife.
No one's going inside of you.
No,
you might go inside somebody else, but you're not letting anyone inside of you.
Yeah, and I've never taken shots into my back. The steroid shots that they talk about. I never had that. I never will. When I had surgery, I had 11 spinal taps with the spinal tap needle, and so that's no, thank you.
We know what you look like. We could tell you're not taking steroids, man.
Are you sure?
Yeah. What are you, about $152, $148?
So you hit about 153.
153.
Pretty consistent with that. Trying to get those 3 meals a day.
Yeah, those aren't steroids numbers right there, my man.
They're not.
No, so no surprise on that deal. All right, back to the NFL. Speaking of liars, God, there's a lot of lying going on. People lie, man. People lie for.
Aaron Rodgers is lying. He's going to retire. I don't know what he's waiting for. Why is he lying?
Well, that's a good segue because we're going to talk about a potential future teammate of Aaron Rodgers' DK Metcalf. When he requested a trade from the Seattle Seahawks last week, he talked about wanting to play in a place with warm weather and play for a team that is a Super Bowl contender. Where did DK Metcalf get traded to yesterday?
Pittsburgh, PA.
Yeah, when you think of warm weather, you think of Pittsburgh, don't you, Buck?
No, never comes to mind, ever.
And when you think of Super Bowl contenders in 2025, not 1975, you think of the Pittsburgh Steelers, don't you?
No, I do not.
And oh, by the way, he's signing a 5-year, $150 million extension.
That's what I think of right there.
Yeah. So, again, money talks, BS walks. I would lie for $3.50. These guys are lying for $150 million. I get it, but it is pretty funny to see DK talk about wanting to play in a warm weather spot for a team that can win a championship and then end up with the Pittsburgh Steelers. But there you go. The Seahawks trade the 2-time Pro Bowler to Pittsburgh in exchange for a second-round pick and a late-round pick swap. Buck, the Seahawks last week said they wanted a first and a third for DK. Instead, they get a second.
They don't get a first at all?
No first at all. No third at all. Just a second-round pick in exchange for DK Metcalf. I mean, I always thought a first and a third was never going to happen. But I thought that
give him a contract. They weren't going to give him a contract. They want him out. That was I want you out too.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe they did. I mean, DK requested the trade, but yeah, the Seahawks didn't play hardball with this at all.
No.
Look at what the Browns did with Myles Garrett. Garrett requested trade. The Browns released a statement right away saying, we don't want to trade him. And then boom, 2 weeks later, they get a long-term deal done with the Seahawks. I mean, they didn't even try to play this thing out. They were done with DK Metcalf. And he's a great player, but you touched on it on Friday. He's a diva. And now Pittsburgh's he's not Antonio Brown level diva, but they've got another diva in that wide receiver room.
Yeah, now they got two.
With Pickens too.
Oh, yeah, they've got two of them.
I wonder what happens with Pickens because he's a free agent next offseason. I think Pittsburgh might move him. Like, obviously, you want to have both of those guys together, but I don't think they want to pay.
He'll be out of there. If he's got to have a great year, and it's hard to have a great year when you don't have a great quarterback.
Well, that's the thing. Like, what's Pittsburgh trying to do? And the reports from Shifty Adam Schefter this morning were that Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers are having some conversations. Nothing official yet, but could that be the next landing spot for A-Rod?
No, it's hard to do that from the retirement home.
Hard to play football when you're retired?
Yeah, it's hard to play. You know, when you're living in New York, your retirement home is in New York, and you're trying to play football for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's not going to work. He'll be retired. That's just a nightmare.
What do you do if you're Pittsburgh?
That's a diva going to play with a diva. We're going to play with two divas, and a coach that won't put up with a bunch of shit. That's hard.
Well, what options do the Steelers have? Like,
isn't Justin Fields still there?
Free agent. Russell Wilson and Justin Fields are both free agents. Obviously, they could bring one or both of them back. You know, Fields is the young guy. I think they're more likely to bring Fields back than Russ back. But Fields isn't very good. I mean, I guess there's still some potential with him because he's in his 20s.
Is Aaron Rodgers something special now? I mean, am I missing out on something here?
No, you're not. And no, I don't think he is, but I think he's better than Justin Fields. Now, again, you don't get any longevity with Aaron Rodgers. You're just like, hey, 1 year, can you get us somewhere next season? Obviously, with Fields, it's like, oh, maybe you give him 2 or 3 years to figure it out. But
once again, you're banking on getting things done while TJ Watt is a superstar. That's what you're banking on. Can we have some offense here? Because we got all kinds of defense. We got to have somebody. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is a win now, not a win in 3 years.
Yeah. And the Steelers have a win now defense, like you said, and you get DK Metcalf. That's a win now type of player.
Yeah.
Like you just need a quarterback to be in the mix. I don't know if they'd be the favorite in the AFC if they got a really good quarterback, but if you get good quarterback play, then, I mean, Pittsburgh was making the playoffs with Mason Rudolph at QB.
But they just, Aaron Rodgers just had the king of Taco Bell on his team, his buddy. He had that incredible young wide receiver. It's just
No, Aaron Rodgers isn't very good right now. He's not the guy he was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I think he's better than Justin Fields.
As good as the guy we saw last year, and he wasn't any good.
For Pittsburgh, if I'm a Steelers fan, I'm looking for door number 4.
Yes. Yeah,
door number 1 is Russ. Door number 2 is Fields. Door number 3 is Rodgers. I would rather see anything else.
I think I agree with you on that.
That's the problem with Pittsburgh, Buck. Like, they're never bad enough to draft a quarterback that's good enough to solve these problems once and for all. And they're never going to tank. So, like, what do you do? They can't go out, and there's no great free agent QB. There's no realistic trade that they could make to go. They wanted Matt Stafford, but Stafford got it worked out in Los Angeles. So you understand wanting Stafford. He's better than all those guys, but they couldn't get him. So, like, what else do you do if you're Pittsburgh?
You just win, just get another winning season and go about your business and look the same.
Yeah, like that. The best thing for them would be to go
another year older. Yeah, that's what you do.
The best thing for the Steelers would be to go 0-17 next year and get a really good quarterback out of college.
And a new coach, because that's what they're going to get if they do that. They're just waiting 1 year where he doesn't have a winning season and he's not going to be there. And he may not want to be there.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised Mike Tomlin hasn't up and left on his own, right? Like what Sean Payton did in New Orleans, just like fake a retirement just to get a year off and pick a place better than the team that you're at right now. Worked out for Sean Payton, right? The Saints are not very good, and the Broncos made the playoffs. It feels like their future's pretty bright in Denver. It's not the Steeler way, and that feels a little fugazi, and maybe that's not Mike Tomlin's style, but I wouldn't blame him if he decided to do that. Because I don't know where they're going. They're spinning in circles in Pittsburgh right now.
Man.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens with Aaron Rodgers. But DK is a great player. You just got to have somebody to throw him the football, and right now Pittsburgh doesn't. So I'm fascinated to see what they end up doing there. Speaking of Davante Adams, Aaron Rodgers' former teammate and longtime friend, Davante Adams going to the Rams. What do you make of that move?
I think that's okay for the Rams. That's a win now move right there to help them out. You know, they're pretty good at wide receiver. They've got a young defense. They got a fantastic quarterback. That's an improvement right there. That helps them.
Yeah, I mean, you think it's an improvement over Cooper Kupp?
Well, I mean, with Kupp's injuries, what he's been over the last couple of years, I would say yes.
Yeah,
that's a little bit more consistent guy that'll be on the field a little longer. You know, and the core they have, the core I think they're pretty set right there. What they're looking for offensively. If they can keep their quarterback upright like they've done, he can get the ball down the field. And that defense is fantastic. The coach is fantastic. They'll be right back. You know, they're always at the latter part of the season ready to jump into the playoffs. I see them continuing on their way.
Yep. I think you're right.
That's a win for them.
I like the pickup. And yeah, it sounds like they're going to trade Cooper Kupp. It's felt that way for a while now. I think it's pretty much set in stone that Cooper Kupp will be playing somewhere else in 2025. So, yeah, Davante Adams is 32, but we talked about his numbers last year. He was pretty good once he came back from injury and once he went over to the New York Jets. I know the Jets sucked, but Davante Adams was a bright spot for them, especially in the last month and a half of the season. So, he's got a little more mileage.
He's kind of a no-drama guy. He just wants to play. If you get it with a good quarterback and he can have just a fantastic year and help the ball club out, you know, you're not going to get all the weird shit like you get for a bunch of receivers. And, you know, especially now that he's not with his buddy, he can just kind of be on his own and do his thing. And he's got a good quarterback. Matthew Stafford can get the ball to him.
You're right. And it's only a 2-year deal. So you've got Davante Adams for his age 33 and 34 seasons. So it's not like you're locked in long-term and you got to worry about him in his upper 30s. I think there's a chance you can get 2 more good years out of Davante Adams.
Yeah, he'll just go through his Taco Bell franchises in your homes and become that'll be it. Everybody will have a Taco Bell at their house.
Dude, if there's any professional athlete that I could be friends with right now, it would be Davante Adams because I want an invite to the Taco Bell house. That's it.
Oh my God.
I mean, he's 32, I'm 31, we're about the same age. You know, it's similar upbringing, similar careers to this point. We've lived similar lives, probably have similar interests. Like, yeah, we should be friends.
I love you pull up in a golf cart to play golf in his house and have some Taco Bell.
If I played golf at Devontae Adams' house, he would need a new window, maybe a few new windows. I don't think he'd invite me to go play a round in there, a round of golf. Not anything weird, P. Diddy. But he would invite me to have some Taco Bell with him, I think. Or at least that's the goal. That's what I want to happen. I need the invite there. That's when you know you've made it, when you have a Taco Bell in your house. It's good stuff right there. Now he gets to bring it to L.A. Not bad.
That is a good deal. Yeah.
How about that for Devontae Adams, going from Green Bay, which sucks. You don't want to live there. How about Vegas, New York, and L.A. in the last couple of years?
Yeah, he has been on the move.
Yeah, good spots, though. Like, I know moving sucks, but if you got to move anywhere, those three places, when you're making that kind of money, if you're making, 5 low six figures, maybe not. When you're making tens of millions of dollars a year, fun places to live.
Dude has rental property. He's got no stay spots yet. He's got a house somewhere.
He owns that Taco Bell house, don't you think?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can't rent that one out.
Taco Bell's paying for that anyway.
You're right. It's a good bit right there. I like that get for the Rams. If you were the Texans, would you have done that? 2 years, $46 million?
Yes.
You would have?
For him, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, the Texans, we talked about it a little bit with DK. Again, the Seahawks said they wanted a first and a third for DK Metcalf, and you and I were both like, that's way too much. Like, you got to pay that, and then you're going to have to give him this huge money extension. Like, he's not worth all of that. Well, the Seahawks only ended up getting a second for him. So I'm like, should the Texans have done that? And then Devontae Adams goes 2 for 46 with the L.A. Rams.
What did you tell him? Did Tyler Lockett go anywhere?
He got released.
He's still out there, huh?
I think he's still out there. Yeah.
Yeah. If he wasn't 47, there'd be people interested in him. The guy, I'm still thinking that guy's one of those dudes that'll play into his 40s and still be pretty valuable.
I think there's some interest in Tyler Lockett. I think more is a number 3 than a number 2.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah,
like Devontae,
that's the number 3 that's going to catch 90 balls in a year. All of a sudden, he'll end up being your second leading pass catcher, and making things happen. That guy's that scoring zone guy that finds his way into the zones and catches the ball. So
if you think he's got 90 catches in him, then the Texans and the Cowboys better be on the phone stat.
Yeah, I mean, when he's in the team picture with his bald head or his Fred Sanford look, I mean, you're going to say, well, this is not a coach. This is not a coach. This is not the GM. He's still playing.
No, somebody would be interested. Maybe the Texans will be interested. I mean, they got Christian Kirk, and I think the Texans should still do more on the outside because, once again, Stephon Diggs is free agent.
I think they have plans for John Minchie to get a little bit better.
You can't rely on that. Like, they're going to keep him on the team, but the Texans are a win now type of team. And you can't
wait 2 years. Will he be good in 2 years?
Yeah, you can't just hope that John Mechie going into the final year of his rookie contract.
I think this is going to be his year, BK. I think he'll get good. I think he'll be good.
I thought last year
he was great anyway. I always thought he'll be a consistent enough NFL player, but I don't think he's hit his stride even as that yet.
No, he's not. He's not that. And of course, I mean, the start of his career got very sidetracked, battling Hodgkin's lymphoma his rookie season, and it's a minor miracle that he's on the field and playing, and we're very thankful for that. But I mean, John Mechie he hasn't been the guy that the Texans wanted him to be when they traded up for him and took him in the second round of the draft a few years ago, and he hasn't been that consistent player. So look, I mean, he had chances last year when Tank Dell got hurt, didn't make the most of those opportunities. He'll maybe get some chances this year. I don't think they're going to cut him or anything. But if you're the Texans, again, a win now team that's won the division the last 2 years and won a playoff game in each of the last 2 years, you can't just hope like John Mechie's going to take that step and he's your number 3 or your number 2. You've got to do more. So maybe in the first round, pick number 25, right? Matthew Golden has been mocked there a time or two. Maybe they go receiver in the draft, or maybe they go after another receiver to add to the Christian Kirk deal that they just made. DK for a second, I think I would have done $30 million a year is pretty rich for him. But I think I would have done that if I were Houston.
Oh, I can't even imagine him with that other dude with Collins. That's ridiculous.
That's why right there, right? Then you take an offensive lineman in the first round. You spend your other resources upgrading on the O-line. That would have been a very tough offense to stop if C.J. Stroud was able to find his rookie season magic again. You've got that, Joe Mixon, one of the best pass-catching backs in the game, with DK and Nico Collins on the outside. Solid enough tight end play. A very good defense coached by D'Amico Ryans. Like that elevates Houston closer to the level of Kansas City and Baltimore and Buffalo, I think, in the AFC. They don't make the move. They got other options. We'll see what they do.
Somebody said maybe Jerry will take him as a number 2 receiver, Lockett in Dallas.
I don't want that.
No, they need to go. They need to get a young player now. They need to for a guy to be around for a couple of years.
They can.
CD Lamb's going to be around for a couple of years. You
Yep.
need somebody that goes with him for a couple of years, not somebody that's will get worn out in 1 year and decide to retire. No, they need a player that's going to be with CD so they can coordinate that wide receiver room pretty well now. With Dak, you're not going to get too many more chances.
If you told me that the Cowboys were bringing Tyler Lockett in on a good deal to be a number 3 receiver, I'd be okay with it. But
sure.
I mean, Rodney's like saying this as a dunk on Jerry Jones.
Sure.
Like, oh, Jerry thinks he's so good, he's going to bring him in as a 2.
Oh, no.
You can't bring Tyler Lockett in as a 2 right now with the Cowboys timeline. Yeah, he's too old. And like you said, the Cowboys need someone who's going to be there for a while on that offense. So if Tyler Lockett's your number 3, again, that's okay. I think he'd make more sense in a few other spots. I think he'd probably want to go to a few other spots now that he's about to be a free agent officially. But yeah, he can't be your number 2. He shouldn't be anybody's
part of the Super Bowl, right? He was there the Super Bowl year in Seattle.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, maybe he just takes the best money deal. I mean, look, Myles Garrett stayed in Cleveland for the best money, and he doesn't have.
It's not about the money; it's about the championships, right?
Right. So who knows? Who knows what it's going to be about for Tyler Lockett? But yeah,
that dude has made that guy's made a lot of money. He's got a Super Bowl ring. And for his career, he's probably thinking, I've had a great career. Now it's got to be about the money. It's not about rings. That guy has for his career, he's probably, you got to be ecstatic if you're him. He made a lot of money in Seattle. Been there that's the only place he's been, right? He's been there forever.
Yeah, they drafted him, and he stayed there. He's 32. I think he'll turn 33 during the middle of next season. So he's had a great career to this point. And yeah, I think he'll go where he gets the most money. Maybe that's Dallas. Maybe that's the Raiders. Maybe that's Buffalo. Those are a few teams that I've seen kind of linked to Tyler Lockett right now. But I'll tell you what, the Seahawks are going to look very different next year because Tyler Lockett's gone. DK Metcalf's gone. Oh, by the way, Geno Smith is gone out of nowhere. The Seahawks traded Geno Smith to the Raiders for a 3rd-round pick.
Didn't they sign that guy to a long-term big deal just a couple years ago?
He wanted more money.
He wanted more now?
Yeah. I mean, it was a big deal for Geno Smith, but when you compare him to like every other quarterback in the league, it wasn't a big deal. And he wanted to be closer to the rest of the quarterbacks in the league. And
sorry,
the Seahawks,
they've already overpaid you probably.
And the Seahawks are like, no. I mean, Geno's been fine. He's been like an average quarterback in this league the last couple of years. But he's not going to win you a Super Bowl. So don't pay a quarterback $40+ million a year if you know he's not going to win you a Super Bowl. And I think we know that Geno Smith is not going to win anybody any Super Bowls.
No, not with the way what they've done. They've reshaped that team like 5 different ways.
I just don't know what the Seahawks are gonna do. Like, who's playing quarterback? They got Sam Howell. He was their backup last year. Are they starting to tank already? Are they gonna go draft a quarterback? Are they gonna try to get Aaron Rodgers? What are they gonna do?
I have no idea. They don't have any receivers. Their defense has been revamped like 6 different times. I don't know.
It's a team that won 10 games last year. They didn't make the playoffs, but they're picking 18th because they just missed the postseason. So they don't have a super high draft pick to go get a quarterback. I think we've seen enough from Sam Howell to know that he's not a franchise guy. So if they're trying to rebuild, that's fine. Like, if I'm a Seahawks fan, I'm happier today than I was a couple of days ago.
Geno Smith back to the Raiders, back with his old coach. How did that happen?
For the Raiders, like, maybe they didn't love Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders. They're picking 6th, so maybe they didn't feel like they could get either of those guys. They didn't want Justin Fields or Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers, so you've got that familiarity with Geno Smith and Pete Carroll together in Seattle.
You're right.
Once again, Geno Smith's not winning you any Super Bowls, but he should be an upgrade over what
Yeah, but nobody's expecting the Raiders to be in any Super Bowls either.
Right.
They don't
Right.
even expect that.
Which is, I don't get that line of thinking. Like, yes, the Raiders are better now with Geno Smith. They should win a few more games next season, but to me, what's the point of that? Like, either be really good or really bad. Being an 8-9 or a 9-8 football team gets you nowhere in this league. And I think that's like Geno Smith's ceiling with the Raiders. But I don't know. He's a short-term stopgap, I guess. They should still draft a quarterback or do something for the long term in Vegas. But if I'm the Seahawks, because of what I just said, like, you don't want to be a middling team. And
Right.
the Seahawks are a middling team right now. So it's better to just start over and see if you could find a franchise quarterback than just hanging out with a guy like Geno Smith and just, he's fine. He's not the worst QB in the league, but he's
And
never.
he wants more money.
Yeah, and he wants more money. Yeah, it was the right time. So we'll see what Seattle does, but it's going to be a very new look in the Pacific Northwest next year. And the Seahawks have always been I shouldn't say always, that's not true. But in the last 15 years, they've been in the playoffs or very close to it. Feels like they're about to take a
if they're talking to Aaron Rodgers in that weather there, that place, that kind of, now why would he want to go there? He's just in New York. He's just in Green. He must just like the weather. Man, I'm starting to think the California kid really doesn't like California weather. He really likes the crappy weather.
That wouldn't make any sense.
I know.
Maybe Aaron Rodgers is just going to take whatever deal he can get because I don't think there's a ton of interest around the league. And if Seattle's the only team that's interested, then he'll take it. But every good thing I just said about the Seahawks rebuild would be thrown away if they go out and get Aaron Rodgers.
I know.
Like, what are you doing there? Steelers, again, win now type of team. I don't think it's a great move for them. I'd rather them do something else. Actually, I wouldn't because I like the Cowboys. I hate the Steelers, so screw them. I hope they make every bad move they can make. But like that, it makes a little more sense for them because they're adding pieces right now. The Seahawks are subtracting all of their pieces right now, adding a 40-whatever-year-old quarterback in what should be a rebuild is
You're right.
Very short-sighted and stupid. So there you go. That's some NFL news. By the way, Josh Allen isn't going anywhere. Signs a 6-year, $330 million extension in Buffalo.
Yeah, well, he's never going anywhere.
No, nor should he. He had 4 years left on his current deal, and the Bills ripped it up and gave him a new one.
Let's not mess around. Let's not have to deal with this anymore. Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. How about $250 million guaranteed? That is the most guaranteed money in NFL history. So not making the most per year, but making more money guaranteed than any other player who has ever stepped foot on a football field.
BK, the Kansas City Chiefs, they're giving up a couple guys on the offensive line. Or is that what I've seen?
Yeah.
Guys have walked. I mean, and that's been some of their problems, but they're losing a couple guys that have played in championship games.
Yeah, they traded Joe Thuney to the Chicago Bears last week. And who else did they lose? They lost somebody else over the weekend. But yeah, they're losing pieces on that offensive line. I don't think it's that big of a deal because that offensive line got worked in Super Bowl 59. And I remember, when the Chiefs got worked by Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Bucks, and what was that? Super Bowl 55, 56, whatever it was. They let a lot of those offensive linemen go, and people kind of freaked out. It's like, these guys won you a ring a year ago, and they got you to this spot, and you're really going to let all these dudes walk? Well, it worked. They completely revamped the offensive line, and they ended up getting back to 3 more Super Bowls with that new bunch. So I don't think the Chiefs are that scared. Like, yeah, they're losing some pieces up front, some guys who started for a team that won the AFC, but they did something very similar to this. Basically, totally rebuilt their offensive line outside of like 1 or 2 guys, and they made it work. So they're trying the same thing. Obviously, some risk involved. We'll see if lightning can strike twice in the same spot. But yeah, they have lost, I think, 2 guys now from that starting offensive line this past season. And I think they wanted to go after Ronnie Stanley, the Ravens free agent, but he just re-signed in Baltimore. So we'll see where the Chiefs pivot. But yeah, they've seen some departures since their Super Bowl loss last month.
Yeah, I mean, for me, for in Pittsburgh, it's if you're going to bring anybody back, wouldn't you bring Russ back? Of the two, Justin Fields just doesn't seem like it's I'm not going to say he hasn't had a chance. His chance was when he was in Chicago. That doesn't seem like much of a chance. That seems like no chance. It's like saying he was in Cleveland. Okay, he didn't have a chance. I just don't know. To bring Russ back, that seems like you're just trying to get a winning season again, but you're not going anywhere. And once again, you've got to take advantage of this defense when you have TJ Watt, when you have a Hall of Fame guy there. You've got to do something about it on the other side of the ball. And like you said, and not having any quarterback is not good.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. None of those options are great options. Again, Justin Fields is the youngest, so you feel like he's got the most long-term potential.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, the Steelers, a lot of their roster seems like it's ready to win right now. So I don't know what they do. I mean, I've never been a big Justin Fields guy. I didn't love him coming out of Ohio State. I thought he got overly defended in Chicago. I just thought he was bad. And it was like a huge debate whether or not they should keep him or they should trade him. They ended up moving him, which I thought was the right move. Now, jury's still out on if Caleb Williams was the right pick. But like, I don't think there should be much trader's remorse, if you will, for Chicago trading Justin Fields because he didn't really do anything for Pittsburgh last season. So I don't know. Again, I think Aaron Rodgers is the best of those three choices for the Steelers. But I don't think the Steelers are winning a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers next year. I don't think they're winning their division next year. I think they might make the playoffs again, but probably lose in the first round again. So they're stuck in a precarious situation here. And I don't know how they get out of it. I really don't.
Yeah, with all this stuff going on, is Brock Purdy about to get paid now too?
He could. He's not a free agent, but he's up for a big money extension. He could get one in San Francisco if they want to. That'll be another big storyline to watch because I don't know if the Niners really want to. They might Jimmy G this thing and make them play it out and go from there. Brock Purdy had a bad year. Now, everyone got hurt on the 49ers. Everyone had a bad year out there. But Brock Purdy was not very good. So are they super keen on giving him $50+ million a year after what they just saw? I don't know. If Brock Purdy wants to hold out, maybe he could to expedite that process. But I think in San Francisco's perfect world, they make him play it out one more season to show that he's worthy of that type of deal.
You know what? I'd take my chances on that dude. And if I'm someone else, I'd play this one out. And if I don't get what I need to get, I'd be out the door with him. And somebody will take that chance at $48 million for him.
Yeah, I think so. I wonder if San Francisco would field any trade offers for Brock Purdy right now. I don't think they would because I think the Niners expect to get back to the playoffs this year.
Yeah, because they can't afford to have another shitty year. They don't want to have another. They'll be looking for a new coach.
Yeah, you might be right. And a new quarterback. And yeah, this is a big year coming up for the Niners. Huge year coming up for the Niners. We'll see how they attack free agency. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Today is the official start of the non-tampering period in the National Football League. There's got to be a better phrase than that, but y'all know what I mean. And then these deals become official on Wednesday. So we're going to see a lot more action from the National Football League over these next 3 days. We'll see what the Cowboys do. We'll see what the Texans do. But a lot has happened over the last 48 to 72 hours. Before we shift gears, we got to talk a little Texas baseball, a little Texas softball as well. And yes, we have ourselves another airplane story.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah. The plane made an emergency landing, Buck. Your favorite.
What? I mean, when in the air?
Yeah, they went in the air. They were in the air for 5 hours, and then they turned around.
They didn't turn around and come all the way back.
They turned around and went all the way back.
No, well, okay. At least we got me back where my car's parked. That's okay.
We'll get you the details in a second. But first, a few more sponsor shout-outs.
You know, our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, you know, I said the weather's going to change a little bit. It's going to start getting warmer. And you want that air conditioning to work properly. And hopefully yours is. And you've done all the right things that you need to have done to it. But if you're not quite sure that that's going to turn on the way it should and you need that cool air in your home, call for our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. And believe me, they will come out and get it done. They'll clean everything you need to have clean. Make sure that the filters are working properly, because what you don't want is that all of a sudden to be 85, 90 degrees and you have no air conditioning and it's just the springtime. You want Woods Comfort Systems to be there. Nobody does it better. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas, and nobody does it better.
woodscomfortsystems.com is the website. 512-842-5066 is their phone number. Now a word from our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it, and I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Sweet.
Yeah, baby. Love the Covert family. Go to covertbeecave.com for more information. Also, a shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Y'all see the TSU hats that we wear all of the time on this show and on every show across the network. Those were made by our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. So if you have a business that needs hats, shirts, stickers, signs, posters, whatever, reach out to our buddy Adam. Big Texas fan, big TSU supporter. He's a great dude as well. He and his team will take care of you. You can DM him on Instagram at Waterloo Printing, or you can call or text him 512-300-9641. 512-300-9641. It's Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
Texas baseball is doing it, BK, getting it done.
They are getting it done. Another great weekend for Jim Schlossnagel's crew. How about 13 straight victories for Texas baseball? They sweep Santa Clara to improve to 13-1 on the season. It's the best start for Texas baseball since 2005. Memory serves, that was a pretty good year for the Longhorns. I wouldn't mind recreating some of that magic here in 2025. Of course, it's the last time the Longhorns have won the College World Series. Pitching, the story of the weekend. I mean, really, it was a total team effort, right? The offense showed up when it needed to, but the Longhorns gave up just 6 runs in the 3-game sweep over the Broncos of Santa Clara. And Jared Spencer, Buck, the Indiana State transfer. You know, we spent a lot of time on this show dunking on Clark Kent and Curly Moe and Larry, who were your 2 Indiana State basketball transfers. They didn't live up to the billing. Jared Spencer, the Indiana State baseball transfer, that guy has lived up to everything and then some. 5 shutout innings, 8 strikeouts, gave up just 2 hits in the series opener on Friday night. About these numbers, through 4 starts, Jared Spencer is 2-0 with a 0.86 ERA.
Wow.
He's averaging 12.64 strikeouts per 9 innings, which would be the 3rd most in school history for a single season. Think about all the great pitchers the Longhorns have had over the year. Great pitchers the Longhorns have had over the years. Right now, Jared Spencer, he's got a lot of work to do. Again, only 4 starts into the season, but he is nasty on the bump. He was great on Friday. Luke Harrison ran into some trouble on Saturday, but the Texas bullpen got the job done. And then Sunday, Dylan Valantis, in his first start of the season, he went 5 1/3, giving up just 1 run in the series finale yesterday. So, man, this team, I mean, they look ready for SEC play, Buck. Obviously, the level of competition is going to ratchet up to 11 starting on Friday, but you win 13 in a row, and Texas has beaten some pretty decent teams on this win streak too. Feels like the Horns are about ready to jump into the toughest conference in this sport.
Yeah, I mean, it's preparing themselves well, and it's preparing by playing. I mean, they play a little bit better defense also during the weekend, which is great to see. They start to get that all shored up, because when they get in conference play, you can't just be giving away runs. You know, it's that was I think that was a good indicator. I mean, when you have great pitching, you can play some pretty good defense. I would think balls don't get to you that many times. So they're very fortunate to have their Friday starter play so well, and Saturday starter when you think about it.
Yeah, the pitching as a whole. I mean, to give up 6 runs in 3 games, and Santa Clara's not bad. I mean, they're not SEC good, but that's not a bad baseball team.
Oh, they're no UTSA for sure.
Well, ask the Aggies about UTSA. Oh my God, you know who the Aggies lost to yesterday?
They didn't lose again.
They lost again.
No, that's not conference play yet for them, is it?
Not conference play for them.
Wow.
They lost to the other Aggies of New Mexico State.
Really?
Texas A&M, the preseason #1 team, is now 9-6 on the season, and they have yet to play a ranked opponent. They've lost 6 games all to unranked teams before the calendar turned to March 10th.
I don't know if that's how you get ready for conference play.
No, it's not. I do know it's not how you get ready for conference play.
Man.
So we'll see. The new polls will come out today. A&M dropped from number 1 to number 14 last week in the D1 baseball poll. They shouldn't be ranked. They might be 24 or 25 just because they started the year number 1. But if we're just looking at this year in a vacuum, the Aggies have no business being in the top 25. They suck. They did win the series against New Mexico State, but they did lose the series finale yesterday. They've lost to New Mexico State. They've lost to UTSA. They've lost to Texas State. Like, I was giving the Bobcats some credit for going on the road to beating A&M. I don't know if they deserve that.
They're not that good. They don't have to be that good.
Oh, it seems that way. So it's been awesome. Like the fact that Texas baseball has won 13 in a row and they're trending up, and A&M, we don't need Schloss. We got the right guy with Michael Early. And look, I'm about ready to admit that I was wrong. I thought A&M was going to be better than Texas this year. I thought it would take like 2 years for Texas to, build back to Texas and for A&M to fall back to where A&M was pre-Schloss. And it's taken 2 weeks.
Man.
So it's not over. Obviously, conference play hadn't started. Both teams are 0-0 in the SEC, so maybe don't stick a fork in the Aggies just yet. But one team looks a hell of a lot better than the other does. And thankfully for us, that is the good guys. It's big.
Softball continues to win.
Softball to win. Yep. They're 24-1.
Wow.
I think they swept through the Ohio Classic in Columbus, which included a victory over Ohio State yesterday. But yeah, the Longhorns have lost 1 game. They are ranked number 2. They started the year number 1. They lost a game. Oklahoma, to nobody's surprise, is number 1. They're still undefeated. So that'll be a huge series when we get there. I think it's in Norman this year when Texas softball has to play OU in the regular season. But yeah, Texas softball continues to roll with Mike White. I saw Mike White hanging out at I shouldn't say this. A buddy sent me a picture of Mike White hanging out at the airport last week, heading off to Ohio, wearing just a Texas T-shirt and a Texas hat and a pair of jeans. I mean, he looked like any other person who was at Bergstrom. Instead, he's the coach of one of the best teams in the country.
Awesome.
So, Texas softball is rolling, which means we've got some gift cards to give away this week.
Oh, yeah.
We'll do ours tomorrow. So make sure you're tuned in tomorrow morning from 7 to 9 for your chance to win a $50 Cabo Bob's gift card. We give those away after every winning weekend for Texas baseball and Texas softball. So we've got 2 of those to give away on TSU this week. Of course, baseball completing the sweep of Santa Clara. Softball continuing to dominate. They complete, I think it was a 5-game sweep in Ohio over the weekend. So the Horns rolling on the diamond right now. And quick shout out to Jalen Flores, by the way, who's been great. He got off to a sluggish start. The first 4 or 5 games, not great for him, but he was awesome against Santa Clara. And
yeah, you thought he would pick up the pace. You said he would pick it. He would start getting going.
Yeah, easy prediction, right? Preseason All-American, All Big 12 last year, tied for the team lead in homers last year. Like, he's just too good of a player to be struggling the way that he was, and he has figured it out. And Texas, obviously, as a team, has figured it out. We got some sound. We'll let you hear from Schloss. I've done too much talking today. Let's let you hear from Jim Schloss-Nagel. He was asked yesterday after the game about what he's learned from his team through the first 14 games of the season.
I think we've learned a lot. I think we just learned about each other mainly. I still think we have a lot of room for growth as long as we stay healthy. It's tough to grow and win no matter who you're playing, and certainly in the SEC, that's going to be a big challenge. That'll be a great experience for our players and the program in general. We have a game Tuesday night, but I think we've had from the beginning of the year to now, we know more about each other. I know more about them. They know more about how we like to play. We still have so many things we can be better at. We're catching the ball better. I think Adrian had a really good day at third base. Borba's obviously made strides. We've learned some things about the pitching staff. We just have to keep going.
Yeah, it sounds like a coach that knows what he's looking for in his culture.
Yeah, he does.
And first of all, they got to get to know each other, first, and that's what it sounds like they're doing. And along the way we can straighten out some other stuff, some other issues that we have in the fundamentals. So, and that's good to hear. That's a guy who knows how to win.
Buck, you know this as a coach. It's a lot easier and a lot more fun to clean up mistakes when you're winning games.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. If Texas was 8-6 right now instead of 13-1, then we wouldn't really want
to get to know each other. You'd have a bunch of bitching about each other if that's the other case this time of the year, because people would be talking about how good you're supposed to be and you're not.
Bingo. Yeah, this team is playing well, and look what Schloss did in his first year in College Station. He took Texas A&M to the College World Series in year 1. I don't want to lick my chickens.
Don't be licking your chickens before they hatch. You don't want to do that.
I don't plan on licking them after they hatch either, for the record. But this Texas team looks really good. They are garnering a lot of national attention with this win streak. Obviously took 2 of 3 in Arlington. They swept the Las Vegas Classic, and they've taken care of the teams they're supposed to take care of.
They got to be honing in on the top 5 here shortly if they continue in the next couple of weeks, right?
Yeah, over the next couple of weeks for sure. I don't know what just happened to the TV behind me, but they were. One of the polls, they're in the top 10. I think they're number 6 in one of the polls. There's so many college baseball polls, it's impossible to keep track of. I think D1 baseball is the one the TV networks usually use. In Texas, I believe, was 14 or 15 in that this past week. So they'll move up. They should move up. So, yeah, they'll be borderline top 10, I would think. And if they take care of business this week, they've got UT Arlington at home tomorrow night, and then a trip to Mississippi State to open up conference play this weekend. If they go 3-1 this week or 4-0 this week, then they will continue to rise up the rankings. But, yeah, conference play is obviously going to be a completely different ball game.
Awesome.
But I think Texas is ready for it. Again, that's the good news. That's why they made the move away from David Pierce. Didn't think that this program was ready to jump into the best conference in college baseball. And with what we've seen from in the first, 3 weeks and change of the Jim Schlossnagle era, you feel really good about where this thing is headed. All right.
My airplane story.
Let's get you your airplane story here.
Please.
Quick shout out to Altstadt Beer, though. Altstadt Beer, the best beer you could find in all of Central Texas, in all of the state of Texas. March is the best sports month, one of the best sports month of the year. Shouldn't say the best sports month of the year, but it's an awesome sports month, awesome time to be a sports fan, and you need a great beer to accompany all of your sports watching all month long. Of course, it's conference tournament week for men's college basketball. Then we'll hit the NCAA tournaments for both men's and women's college hoops. You've got college baseball. You've got Major League Baseball starting in a couple of weeks. Of course, hockey's going on. Dallas Stars looking good. You've got basketball going on. Dallas Mavericks not looking good, but so many great drinking opportunities coming your way. Plus the warm weather here in Central Texas. Get you some Altstadt beer. And Buck, the best place to get you that Altstadt beer is 34 Wine and Spirits.
4601 Southwest Parkway, whether it's a small party, big party, big office party that you're ready to have for March Madness, gathering all the folks together, get yourself some bracketology going on. You can get all your alcohol. And of course, at 34 Wine and Spirits. It's located right at the end of the Southwest Parkway at 4601 Southwest Parkway. They are a wholesale distributor, so they can get all of your alcohol needs to your big corporation or just to your home. Stop by there and pick up all the different types of wines that they have. Once again, they have everything that you're looking for right there at 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yes, indeed. All right. It is a day that ends in Y, so we have ourselves another airplane story.
Oh, boy.
How about Air India?
I'm not going to be flying Air India. I'm going to take my chances. Well, I shouldn't say that. Air India, Delta Airlines. I'll give the Air India a chance first.
Well, here's what happened, and you tell me if you'll still give Air India a chance after hearing the details of this story.
Okay.
Passengers aboard an Air India flight to Delhi suffered a 10-hour trip to nowhere when the plane was forced to circle back to Chicago.
What?
Because all but one of the toilets became clogged and inoperable. Some would call that inoperable, but they'd be wrong.
Okay.
So it was a flight from Chicago to Delhi. Air India Flight 126 was making its way over Greenland on March 5th when 11 out of its 12 toilets broke down. The only working toilet was in the business class section of the plane. You know they don't let the peasants use those bathrooms.
No, you're not allowed. Hey, do not go past the curtain.
More than 300 passengers were on board this plane. Again, they had 12 bathrooms at the beginning of the flight, but somehow, some way, 5 hours into the trip, they were down to just one working toilet.
Yeah, I may be going to Delhi or Delphi or Philadelphia or something, but 300 people for one toilet. I mean, obviously they were over the ocean. They were in Greenland. They got an airport somewhere in Greenland. We could have stopped off and let these people take a dump and let's continue on.
You can't do that.
Yes, we're not turning around. 5 hours in the trip, we're going to turn around.
Well, that's what they did. They were 5 hours into a 14-hour flight.
14 hours? I didn't even know flights could be that long.
Going from Chicago to Delhi, or Delhi, whatever the hell that is. I assume
Going
that's
for a
in
deli sandwich?
I don't know
We
if
got
they
a
were
good
going.
sandwich in Chicago.
Yeah, they got Italian beef right there. Why are you going over to Italy or wherever Delhi is? I don't know. They were 5 hours into the flight, and yes, they turned around and went all the way back to O'Hare in Chicago. So,
how about if you were holding it for the boy? That one bathroom must have had a line like nobody's business, though.
dude, how do that many bathrooms break? Isn't it like damn near impossible to break an airplane bathroom in the first place? Like they make those incredibly hard to clog. How do you clog those?
Why don't they just open those bad boys up? There had to be a plumber on board.
I don't
Somebody
know if you can
from Woods
plumb that,
Comfort
though.
Systems.
You can't plumb an airplane lavatory like a normal toilet because it's too deep. That's like, and it sucks everything out. That's why I thought it was like
Easy.
borderline
Just suck it
impossible.
out into the air. Let's go. Let's move on.
I don't know if they could. I don't know what happened. How does 11 toilets break? How do 11 toilets break? Had to be like a.
Once again, I get a lot of air rewards on that. If I'm 5 hours in the trip, I'm getting all my rewards and more.
Well, here's a quote from Air India itself. They said, upon landing in Chicago, all passengers and crew disembarked normally and have been provided with accommodation to minimize inconvenience. The company didn't give much information on what caused all of the toilet problems. They just said it was a technical issue. They said that they would offer refunds for the cancellation, but that's it. As of now, you're just getting refunded for the flight getting canceled after
no extra miles.
It was 10 hours. Like it was 5 hours. They were there for 5 hours and then they had to turn around and go 5 hours back. So it was literally a 10-hour flight from home. You wasted 10 hours of your life to go from O'Hare to O'Hare.
Once again, if we're going to make the stop, at least make the stop back to where my car is parked.
That's better than the emergency. Well, your first suggestion was quick stop in Greenland to take a shit and then get back on the plane to go to Delhi.
Well, if you had to get to Delhi, I think anybody who's going to Delhi has to really get there. They've got to get there. There's 14 hours. There's an important flight right there.
Business trip, weddings, big events.
But we can stop in Greenland Airport somewhere and go and everybody take a dump. Hey, you just held it for 5 hours. Let's go onward. Let's not. Well, and if we got to go back, we're going back to where my car is parked. Yes.
Well, so, okay. I mean, you can't, if you stop in Greenland, let's say you're 5 hours into a 14-hour flight, you do one potty break stop. It's like you're on a Greyhound at this point, right? You just have a few bathroom stops along the trip. Yeah. You can't go 9 consecutive hours without a working bathroom. Like you're going to have to land 2 or 3 times.
Oh no, somebody's then going to Home Depot and grabbing some Home Depot buckets.
You think they have a Home Depot in Greenland?
They've got to have some tool shop or whatever that's got some we're going to bucket it from that point on.
You're going to bucket it. A flight with more than 300 people, you're just going to have buckets for everyone to drop deuces.
We're going to get to the destination. I pay to get to my destination. Here, shit in the bucket, will you?
Everyone, just pass the bucket around like you did with that Yankees cap.
Here you go. Next, then put it back on. Let's go.
That was just pee, and that was the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. Imagine doing that with deuce.
Passing the bucket.
I don't know what you do. Like, I think you have to turn around and go back.
5 hours back. Oh, man.
I know it sucks, but you can't have one toilet for 300 plus people, can you? And then what happens if that toilet breaks? Like that's the fear is like somebody does something to break that toilet and you're out.
Maybe Wags was there and he was on board and screwed up all the. How many toilets on that plane?
They had 12 and 11 of them were apparently not working.
12 toilets?
I've also never heard of that.
That's a huge plane.
Huge plane. 12 toilets, 11 of them broken. That's got to be, mechanical issue, an electrical issue. I don't know. How do you do this? Did one guy just take like a bunch of newspaper and just shove it in each toilet?
What are people trying to do? Just discourage me from really flying and trying to get Amtrak to my next destination now?
It's going to be tough to take an Amtrak to Delhi. Maybe you could take an Amtrak to Subway or something. You might be okay with that. But if you're actually trying to go to Delhi, then I don't know if the Amtrak's going to get you there. But
Indian food is tough on the belly, isn't it?
Well, it feels pretty fitting, right? Like that they were going to India, because that's a country that's known for being incredibly disgusting and having like zero hygiene or manners when it comes to hygiene. So the fact that a plane going to India had these issues, and a plane that was on Air India Airlines had these issues feels pretty fitting.
I would be so mad.
I know. Yeah, you need more than just a refund for that. You make me waste 10 hours on a flight to literally go back to my car. I don't know if I need like the $30,000 that each passenger on that Delta Airlines flight that tipped over got. But I'm going to need a little bit more. I'm going to need some travel vouchers.
There you go. You need mileage. You need rewards, BK.
And again, I don't know if I want them on that airline. I think I'd rather have them.
You're not going to Delhi that often, I don't believe.
No. There's a Potbelly pretty close here, though, that I like to go to. You can go get a good sandwich at Cover 3 if you would like.
No, that's too bad. Come on, airlines. We can do better.
No bathrooms on a plane. That's worse than snakes on a plane, I would argue.
Yeah, really.
Let's bring on a couple of guys with big snakes. It's Ronnie. It's Wags.
That's
Gentlemen.
a lie.
Big snakes.
My first question to the two of you, it's really a question for Wags. Did you survive the weekend?
Yeah. Chicken tortellini soup is what we lived off of.
Okay. Buck, I don't know if you remember, but Wags and I made a bet on Friday's show in honor of the lentil season. Wags said he could give up fast food for 40 days. And, well, he actually texted me 3 hours after the show. He's like, I'm craving Popeyes. And then he texted me on Saturday, and he's like, does pizza count? And I'm like, well, if it's like Domino's or like delivery fast food pizza, then yes, it counts. So I'm thinking this is going to be the easiest bet I've ever won. But, hey, Wags at least survived the weekend.
How was it, Wags, not stopping off at Wendy's or something like that?
And that's just it. We were going to do like an impromptu trip to Galveston. And I'm just like, she comes up, hey, you want to go to Galveston this weekend? And this is right after I sent the text message to BK saying, oh, man, like I need a number 8 here from Popeyes, man. She comes up here.
I need a number 8.
You go to Galveston. I'm just like, Jesus, that's 4 hours. That's at least 2 stops. That's so many threats. That's the devil's advocate right there. Taking me to Galveston, trying to get me to go through all these fast food places and not eat them. Get out of here.
Don't ruin your marriage over this.
I honestly thought BK called her up and be like, hey, I'm gonna have my family offer their house up in Galveston so you guys can go down.
How do you have an impromptu trip to Galveston? That is
just to get a damn fast food meal from Wags, just a free meal from Wags.
Chicken sandwich.
I thought he was going through all of that just to get me to lose.
I said I'd be clean. I said I wouldn't text your wife. I said I wouldn't text your son. I'm gonna be fair. Now, if we get to day 35 of this thing and you haven't eaten fast food, then we'll test my loyalty here.
The dude abides, damn it. The dude
I might be Myles Garrett and be a huge liar. But as of now, I'm playing it cool, and I'm impressed that you've made it through like 3 days of this. I didn't think you even had that in you.
Was he a liar, or was he a good poker player?
He took the money.
Yeah, it worked out for him. It would take a lot of money for me to live in Cleveland, but 40 mil a year, yeah, I'd live in Cleveland for that, no question.
DK, you said you were helping me out with the 40 days. What did you do? I had mussels and a salad for Friday.
Yeah, where'd you end up going?
A place called Buenos Aires and it was delicious.
You went on a plane?
No.
You took an impromptu trip to Argentina? You're getting mad at Wags for talking about Galveston?
No, I had mussels with extra toasted bread and a wonderful salad, a Caesar salad. That was it for me for Friday. That was really good.
Good,
Mussels
clean living.
So much butter in it. Yeah, that was good.
How's your adventure of giving up dip?
It actually worked out because what happened this weekend is over here at the show that I'm working, I don't have a vehicle. My vehicle is locked up in the convention center. So every time that I wanted to go get it, I couldn't. And I'm kind of in an area right here where I even asked some people, I'm like, where's the nearest convenience store that I can walk to? They said, you don't want to be walking around here at night.
Where are you? Shreveport still?
Shreveport. Yeah, I'm leaving as soon as we're done. So I made it. And, it's actually hadn't been bad. I think once I realized I can't have it, but if I could have gotten in my truck, I probably would have caved by now. I probably would have caved by now.
That'd be a test because you got to drive past 1 million gas stations to come back.
I know. So yeah, I'll report back in tomorrow. But I was on that text that Wag sent about it. Does pizza count? Like, all right.
Day one, he's already asking about Popeyes and pizza as fast food.
Look, the pizza question was a valid question.
Yeah, more valid than the Popeyes.
It was. But
the Popeyes was just a comment. It was just letting you know, all right, man, you might actually win this thing. All right, 3 hours into it, and I'm already craving a spicy.
Yeah, on Friday, I think I'm going to try that Popeyes fish. See what that's like.
There we go. I saw a commercial for that.
Fish?
Yeah, Popeyes just doing fish. I may try it, except for I'm not going to try this Popeyes at Belterra. Too many white dudes working back there in the kitchen. I'm not doing that.
Oh.
Not what you want.
No.
I'm very intrigued by that Popeyes because I've never had that complaint about a Popeyes.
What?
I don't know if that's really a complaint, just an observation. I'm not sure I've seen two white dudes at the same Popeyes, let alone too many white dudes working at the same Popeyes.
So
come out to Belterra. That's exactly what you'll see.
Buck, is that like when you go to the Chinese restaurant, you got Mexican dudes back there cooking
food? That's
like,
you know what? I have not had, I don't, because I don't like chicken on my fingers. So but the first Popeyes that I ate was at Belterra, the Popeye sandwich. And it was just no, thank you. I started just going to Chick-fil-A and knowing exactly what I was getting. I have not had another sandwich from Popeyes, and I'm not eating it for them out here. So that's not going to work.
Could y'all imagine if Chick-fil-A added a fish sandwich for the lentil season?
Oh man.
I don't think they ever will, but they are pretty religious. So maybe I don't know. They haven't done it yet, but maybe that's something that's not completely out of bounds for them. How much of that would they sell?
They'd have to build like new roadways because the traffic's going to be so backed up getting up in there.
I'm basically this Friday, second weekend, I'm going to go ahead and have my Mickey D's with my French fries. That's right.
Yeah, get your Popeyes for lunch on Friday and then your Mickey D's for dinner on Friday. That's eating good in the neighborhood.
Double up that fresh cod straight from Maine, daily deliveries, UPS. I love it.
Yeah. Does Whataburger have a fish sandwich? I don't know. I never looked.
I don't think they do.
No, I don't think they do that.
Yeah.
Everybody does chicken now, but I don't think everybody does fish sandwich. Just a wonderful fish place on a Friday would just be packed. Just would be packed if you did that. It would be packed every Friday. If you made that your deal, if you had a specialty shop that served that wonderful fish sandwich with your fries and your tartar sauce. I like those good tatas,
Yeah.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't? That's something I can't give up.
Tatas are great.
Tatas, whatever.
That's something you can't give up for 40. None of us could give that up for 40 days.
No way. All right, boys. Listen, have a great day. It's going to be starting to get warm this week. Get ready for it.
All right. Good. Take care, man.
There they go. What's up, amigo? How are you? How's Shreveport?
Cold, man. It's cold and wet this weekend. It got really rainy on Saturday, man. It rained and chilly and whatever. I'm ready. How is it over there? I think my wife said it was cold there this morning. So
little bit of a I guess brisk morning, I would say, when we took the dogs out, but not too bad. It had the heat on, as a matter of fact, a little bit last night. Instead of we usually start a fire if it's too cold or whatever, but wasn't. I didn't know how long this cold was going to last, so I just threw the heat on for a little couple hours or so just to warm everybody up a little bit. But yeah, it's not too bad, man. Sun's shining, man, and the air is breathing, so we're all right here. So
that's good. Well, I'll be heading your way here shortly, passing all those truck stops full of Copenhagen. So yeah, looking forward to the ride, my man.
So when somebody says dip, do you ever go like that, and you ever try to feel your pocket out?
Yeah, kind of. It is weird not doing it, but it's going to be okay. I don't know if I'm going to make it, but I'm going to give it hell, man. I'm going to give it hell. I'm going to give it all I have, man. It's one of those things, dude. I'm going to save some money. If I can pull this off, I'm going to save some money. So I guess.
Oh, hell yeah. What's dip now? Like $5 a can?
Yeah. Those little pouches.
I'm serious. Is it?
Yeah. I found some pouches that it was like a little bit less than $5. So yeah, it's expensive. Everything's expensive, man. It's out of control right now. Everything. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. We used to do the Copenhagen. Well, back in Hawaii, they couldn't ship the wax boxes, right? That Copenhagen used to come in. So it used to be in black plastic, and it just wouldn't taste the same unless it had that wax lid or the wax tin lid.
Yeah,
that was what it was all. I mean, that was back when I was. You know what? Let's stop talking about snuff. I don't want to get you. I don't want to keep you going or keep the double.
Yeah, I'm starting.
But yeah, that's what I used to do. Copenhagen long cut, man. That was mine.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Loved it.
Oh, yeah.
Hey man, we had some NFL news. I saw the slate. Wow. So we got NFL news. We got Texas basketball. We got some other stuff to talk about, but I don't think we're going to get past all the NFL news. We kind of flirted with it on Friday. I mean, I guess we got to talk about our top 5 candidates of what's going to be coming out for this Friday too. So we got to throw that out there. We'll make room for that. But we talked about it a little bit on Friday to where the Dallas Cowboys have a opportunity to get ahead of this thing, get ahead of the market, and try and set the tone. It appears that's what Buffalo did with Josh Allen over the weekend. Myles Garrett got his bag, and now the Cowboys saw this come in play, and now they got it. Now there's rumors speculating about a record-breaking deal with Micah Parsons that maybe they could have avoided, but apparently this is kind of Jerry's forte to be in the limelight for, making marquee deals or record-breaking deals every year now, it's seeming.
Yeah, Myles Garrett, he bamboozled Cleveland right there. I don't know if that was the intent or whatever. Cleveland pretty clear that they weren't going to let this dude get away. But yeah, I think if I'm Jerry better get on this right now, because with these 2 deals that have gone down and still some stuff that needs to happen, I think that he's in a position where they're gonna. I don't know if Micah should get Myles Garrett money, but the thing is, we're dealing with the Cowboys. Jerry will probably give him Myles Garrett money.
Is Myles Garrett, or excuse me, is Micah Parsons a top 3 defensive end in the National Football League?
I think he is, but he's being. I think we're measuring him here to I think arguably the top one at this point. So, I think the thing that factors in here is that we're dealing with the Cowboys, and they cannot sit on their hands at this point because, and I will say that I think this happened a little bit quicker than I thought. I thought that Garrett may get moved. I mean, I really thought that he might. I thought that Cleveland might cave in, but now look at these contracts Cleveland has, man, and Myles Garrett is there to win maybe 7 games a year. But good for him. He got paid. I guess that's what counts, Wags.
Micah Parsons played 13 games and had 12 sacks. Myles Garrett played 17 games and had 14 sacks. You don't think Myles Garrett had, and again, we're just talking about sacks here, but you're an edge rusher. This is what you do. You're in the business of getting sacks. You don't think Myles Garrett has an argument behind him that he deserves Myles Garrett money, being that he's 2 games shy, or excuse me, 4 games shy of Garrett, and only 2 sacks behind. So
he definitely has a argument. I think just the sustainability and a little bit more longevity, which that could kind of be another reason that Micah Parsons could say, because he's been in the league longer. And I think that Micah Parsons, I don't know, and the comp with these two guys is very, I think, comparable in the sense that they mean so much to their respective defenses, because they are essentially that force on the defense. So they are. I mean, he is undoubtedly one of the top 3 in the league. So I'm curious to see how the negotiation goes. I'm curious to see if there's going to be some back and forth, if there's going to be some pushback from Dallas, or if the Jones are just going to kind of lay over and let Micah, like they say, write his number down and get a deal done.
What's the number that you're expecting from Jerry Jones to offer Micah Parsons?
I'm thinking, Wags, it's going to be somewhere. If I'm the Cowboys, I think they're probably going to offer somewhere around 36 to 37. I think they offer.
You don't think 40 gets offered?
I don't think they start there. I don't think they start there.
I'll bet that's where it finishes. I'll bet that's where it finishes. I'll bet he's 40 million.
Yeah. And then again with Dallas, Wags, it could be where they offer 40.1. They start at that. So it's going to be fun to watch. But with Myles Garrett, it really was the way that he framed this about wanting to leave to go play for a contender, and that really kind of ramped up the urgency right there. But to Cleveland's credit, even though the deal is very, very big, they dug their heels in. They made it pretty clear from the get-go they weren't going to get rid of him, so they've got their guy. So I have to think that they have a plan at quarterback, I hope, because I think if Myles Garrett truly wants to win.
Well, what wouldn't be their plan?
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. I don't know if they've maybe said something to him. I mean, because now with Geno, Geno is that one surprised me, but really didn't surprise me the more I thought about it.
Stay in one spot for a second here.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean that Dallas now has
Cleveland?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard you then. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you were talking about Dallas for a second. I was like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah. So Cleveland, they have to, whether it's one of these dudes coming out of the draft, whether it's Shedeur Sanders, or if they're planning to make a run at your man, or maybe Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins is still sitting around out here. I don't know, but I would think if I was Myles Garrett that I would want some long-term, or at least some idea what's going to happen on the offense, because that quarterback room has been a mess for so long. You would think that you want some idea of what's going to happen on the other side of the football.
No, I'm with you there. I've also seen a mess of rumors about Aaron Rodgers actually staying in New Jersey and playing for the New York Giants too. So I'm not sure if Schoen's going to entertain that idea or entertain that rumor, but if that's the exploratory route that we're talking about here, expect some more tumultuous, regular season losses for the New York Giants, and it's probably going to be purgatory for a couple more years. But I didn't expect it to be led by Aaron Rodgers. I'm sure, or I was sure, that Schoen wouldn't fall into this trap, but there's a good chance that the Giants might be in the mix for an Aaron Rodgers campaign.
Well,
so it's
you may luck out, Wags, because I turned the TV on here in the hotel this morning, and I saw that Shifty Schefter was reporting that it looks like the Steelers now are apparently in the running for Aaron Rodgers after the Metcalf trade.
Now, see, I have seen rumors, and not just seen rumors. I have my people.
Oh,
I have my source says that Sam Darnold might be ending up in Pittsburgh.
Oh, wow. Hadn't heard that one.
Now, look, apparently now we're going to stay on some NFL news, but we're going to move off of Myles Garrett real quick and go to the wide receivers. DK Metcalf has made it verbally known that he did not want to be at Seattle and requested a trade, right? Over the weekend, he was dealt. Not only was he dealt, he was also extended. Okay. And he's now seeing 5. Got a 5-year deal. That's exactly kind of what Pickens was looking for. Some long, securing money, right? Pickens. Everybody's saying that this might be a dynamic duo, but now I'm hearing rumors that Pickens could be on the move too, out of Pittsburgh, which opens up a little bit more room for the purse there, and maybe there's 1 year left on Pickens' deal too, or on Pickens' contract, so they might be trying to ship him out a little bit, get that off their plate, and bring in Sam Darnold there. That's just some speculation that I've heard. What's your thoughts on that, Rod?
I like that. I actually like that. I think that Darnold would be a good fit there for them. But I'm still so interested with the Steelers, on the conversation with the Steelers, where Justin Fields is, the lack of him not fitting into this, because what he did last year, I mean, when it was his time to come in, or when it was his time to start, I mean, he was a good starter. I mean, he filled the void while Russell was gone. But I think you plug in Sam Darnold there now with this acquisition here that they made over the weekend and the extension, you can maybe work on something long term to where you're not going to have a stopgap. And I think that's what the Steelers need, is to have a quarterback in place that they can begin moving forward. Because like BK talks about it all the time, and you and I have mentioned it, the Steelers are never in a position to where they suck. You know what I mean? They're always good enough to where
it feels like they're starting to get to that point, though, right?
Yeah.
They're approaching that. It feels like.
Yeah. But Darnold to the Steelers would be quite interesting, especially in that division, because with the Bengals, I mean, it seems like the Bengals are disassembling themselves. Cleveland, with the Myles Garrett thing and the question at quarterback, that's still there. And of course, the Ravens are the Ravens. But Pittsburgh has really become that revolving door of quarterback rumors right here, because it was Rodgers this morning being thrown around with that relationship that he has with Mike Tomlin. But I think I'd much rather go Sam Darnold. You're building towards the future.
Now this is just scuttlebutt. I'm not sure if this is actually going to happen, man. I mean, a magical pen would have to make this happen, and I don't. There's talks of Vegas for Sam. Well, actually, Vegas is out now too. Vegas is with Geno Smith going to Vegas. There goes that spot. But look, Seattle is also in the business of bringing Sam Darnold in there. Maybe that's what they're trying to clear house out. Maybe that's why they're clearing house up in Seattle for, just making Smith and Jigba the only wide receiver there, and draft. If Lance Zierlein's mock is right and they draft Matthew Golden, Sam Darnold's got himself a nice little rookie. But if I'm Sam Darnold, I like the pieces that I have right now in Minnesota there.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Darnold, if you absolutely get the pick, you're staying where you are. But Seattle, I mean, with the Seattle move, very, very surprising. And it is. So I guess what do you have right now? You got Sam Howell. So you're probably not moving forward with Sam Howell. I mean, that's been a guy.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
You traded for Sam Howell for a backup quarterback, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe you thought that it wouldn't. You actually had some reluctancy with Geno Smith, and that's why you traded for Sam Howell, and the Geno Smith project worked out for you, or the bridge for Geno Smith worked out for you.
The initial talk that I heard, it was that when the move was made, when Geno was moved to the Raiders, was that they want to get in the Darnold talk, they be in Seattle. So I don't know. The Raiders, I think with Geno Smith, that's a good stable quarterback right there. If you're going to go try to get a young guy. So I don't know if the Raiders maybe in the third or fourth round, if they're going to look to get a young guy in to sit behind Geno, I think that logically that's what you would do, because I don't like to look at Geno now as so much of a stopgap like we talk about, but I don't think that's the dude 5-10 years down the road that's going to be taking your franchise into the future. So great move for the Raiders, and again, Raiders being proactive. A lot of these teams being proactive right now, and I think this is only going to get spicier today, Wags, because this is when what do they call it, the non-tampering or the
it's legal. It's legal
tampering.
Yeah.
The legal tampering will kick off. So I think we get more stuff happening today before all these deals become totally legit, I guess, on Wednesday. So yeah. But I go back to your point about Dallas. You cannot sit on your hands, because that cash register is going to be ringing. It's going to be the CD Dak thing all over again, Wags. going to be that all over again, unless you move Micah Parsons, and they'd be stupid to do that, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, a lot of landscaping has shifted through, or a lot of the NFL landscape has shifted, I guess, throughout the weekend here. Yeah, talks of rumors, talks of craziness here. Los Angeles making a splash, getting themselves a wide receiver after them saying that, Cooper Kupp might be too old. Or that, I guess that's what we were, assuming that's what LA was evaluating Cooper Kupp with, was, injury prone, couple of knocks on him, getting up there in age, a little longer in the tooth. And then they bring in somebody that's way long in the tooth that had a little bit of production problems there with Aaron Rodgers up in New Jersey. Davante Adams making his way back out west to LA. Now, what's this do for you, Rodney?
I like this move a lot, Wags. I really like this move a lot. I think you ship this dude out there, and you're strengthening that offense with Davante Adams to where I don't know if they're going to. I don't know if I'm going to put the Rams, 1 and 2 right there with Philadelphia in the NFC. But man, this is another weapon for Matt Stafford. Where Matt Stafford, you've got the Kua over on the other side, and isn't it how all these pieces come together? Where that conversation that was the Cooper Kupp stuff that we were hearing for the last couple of weeks, and then boom, here comes this one. When you really have no idea this is coming. And that this is being worked on in the backgrounds and boardrooms and all this stuff as it's happening, and you've given Matt Stafford a weapon here on the outside that make the Rams even scarier on offense, and that defense, a very young defense that was really starting to find its stride. Man, this is something where the Rams going to be the class of the West, because I still don't know what to make of the 49ers and Stafford. Well, do you think that there had to have been, hey, Matt, we're going to go try to get you Davante Adams. How about you hang around and we pay you?
I'm sure Matt said, you're usually keeping your number one quarterback or your franchise quarterback in the know, right? And with all the decision process or maybe the offensive decisions that you're going to make, right? I would think that the quarterback is in the conversation with that. Like, hey, we're thinking about going, or which piece on the market do you think you would work out with the most, or what's the most coveted piece on the market that you would want to play with, Matt? Like, I would assume that the front office is having those conversations with your franchise quarterback, right?
Yeah.
Or the rapport is so good between McVay and Stafford that conversation is a natural conversation that's unfolding before the decision's even made, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think that this changes the hierarchy a little bit of the NFC with this move? I mean, it's just one player, it's just one person. You're essentially replacing one receiver for another.
No.
Or Rams still stay third or fourth.
Davante Adams doesn't move the needle for the Rams. If it was anything, it was their defense of what they did. I don't think adding a piece like Davante. Let me answer your question, Rodney, or you answer your own question. Is Davante Adams going to break records next year? Is Davante Adams going to be a 1,000-yard wide receiver next year?
I think he will.
Okay,
I think he will.
Then yeah. I do not think he will have 1,000 yards next year. Yeah. I think Puka Nacua is going to be the dynamite of that offense, that explosive offense.
Yeah. And that's the key.
I honestly think Davante Adams is going to get hurt. That's where I'm at. That's where my crystal ball is at. But I've had a cloudy crystal ball the past couple of seasons. So
you think he's going to be spending a lot of time at the Taco Bell in his house?
Quite possibly.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to bring that.
Better stay on that what's that Fresca menu. If you're not going to be out and about and rolling around, you better get on that Fresca menu there.
The Fresca menu.
Yeah, let's see. DK Metcalf, 5 years, got the extension of basically an extended of 120 and 4 years because he was on that 1 year contract already. But it ends up being a total bag of 150 for 5. Myles Garrett got his bag, 4 years, 160. Davante Adams, 2 years, $46 million out there with LA. And then Aaron Jones, speaking of skilled positions, Aaron Jones being able to ink ink with the Vikings again, coming back for 2 years, $20 million, and that allows them to keep a decent. I mean, I would say he's a competent back, a versatile running back too, for the Vikings. And who knows, maybe that allows them to. I still got to see what the Vikings cap is. That's some research that I failed to do over the weekend. I need to see what the Vikings are working with to keep Sam Darnold there. I don't think they're going to give him a contract. If there's anything that happens with the Vikings, it's potentially a franchise tag.
Yeah, I like the Jones re-signing because that was a nice steady back that you had there that gave you a running threat with everything else that you had on the outside. But for Minnesota, I just cannot put my arms around the whole. Are you going to let Sam Darnold go for? Yes, I know with JJ McCarthy. Yes, I know that he could be I still don't know how you can let Sam Darnold get out the door after what he did for you. To hand it over to a rookie. I know the pieces aren't.
Not a rookie anymore. He's gone through a year of the NFL, Rodney.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
He didn't play a snap.
Yeah, he didn't play. But I just don't know how you can turn that over like that. But I'm with you. I don't know the financials. And I don't know if you're Sam Darnold. Are you going to take a little bit less to stay there and make another run?
So seriously, let's have a serious hypothetical here, right? If I am Sam Darnold, I evaluate all the potential landing possibilities of where I can, right? And then what's more important to me is my bag, is getting my money right now the most important thing, or is solidifying a decent career in the NFL and having legitimate numbers and legitimate stats to carry that, that career, or to support that career. I would be, and you got to think that Sam Darnold, the life expectancy and nothing is guaranteed in the NFL. So if you're Sam Darnold, you're probably thinking, take the damn bag and get the hell out while you can. But that alpha male, or not even, it's not like an alpha male thing. It's just a competitive thing, right? It's a drive thing, right? It's that part of me would want to err on the side of going with the organization and saying, all right, man, we got some great continuity in great winning potential built up here in Minnesota. Maybe I can get them to 12 wins again. Maybe we can, win the division and steal it away from Detroit. And, I can, shine in the spotlight after a tag, and then, bet on myself. And then next year find a better bag with Minnesota, because it's like you said, man, JJ McCarthy might not be the guy, right? Maybe you had a diamond in the rough just get polished and shine, and it just unfathomably became Sam Darnold, right? Mono boy became mono man, and some superpowers possessed Sam Darnold, and he is just now your franchise quarterback. That is such an unfathomable story, but it might be unfolding before our eyes, right? And then on the other hand, if you're Sam Darnold, maybe you find the landing spot. Maybe it's Seattle. Maybe you can find something in Seattle with building a new young wide receiver room there, right? But look, if you're Seattle, you're going to have to be patient if you're bringing that in, because it's not going to happen overnight. It's not just going to magically appear and get that succession plan for DK Metcalf overnight. I mean, if the stars do align in Lance Zierlein's favor and Matthew Golden is drafted by Seattle, it's still got to look. He's still got to find his I guess his comfortable spot in the league, right? He's still going to find his transitional piece too. So, and I don't expect instant success if Sam Darnold goes right over to Seattle, like I do with him continuing the success that he has at Minnesota already. Yeah,
because that's the thing. I mean, for situation, absolutely the best situation for him right now. I mean, you've built.
Seriously, what's the hypothetical that you would you take the bag, or would you like bet on yourself and say, all right, we can make a winning season happen again?
I would bet on myself and stay there. But the other part of that is, and this is where all the shit we don't know that makes it so fun to talk about this stuff, is what's Minnesota's plan? I saw Rob mention right there. I mean, if you're Darnold and you're going to stay in Minnesota, but you throw 3 or 4 interceptions and boom, they're going to pull you out.
That's the Kirk Cousins situation that you're in, right?
That's exactly Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, is this a Michael Penix thing to where you're going to have this guy, and then if you're Minnesota, Wags, I'm getting a little worked up here. If you're Minnesota, that's stupid because you're going to give this dude a bag to let him play, and then you're in the same fucking problem Atlanta's in.
Right.
And so is that what Minnesota is looking to do? But yeah, if I'm Darnold, I absolutely want to stay there. I'm betting on myself with those guys and Aaron Jones. Yeah, that isn't Saquon Barkley type of a running back right there. But you've got all of your pieces back in place to make another run. So, I mean, look at the other places that we're talking about. Seattle, there's a lot of unknown there. The Raiders are out of the question. Cleveland. I mean, is Cleveland in the Sam Darnold conversation? If so, I don't think that if I'm Sam Darnold, I'm like, okay, I'm really going to bet on myself in Minnesota than try to go take the bag, go to Cleveland. And backing up that season's going to be hard enough as it is. I would rather try to back up those numbers with the team that I was with that has all of that artillery around me, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely. The Chiefs getting active and getting busy in free agency, or I should say, yeah, it's free agency. We don't have to be cute with our words anymore. Nick Bolton inked to 3 years, $45 million there for the Chiefs. Patriots continue that linebacker run with Harold Landry, 3 years, 45.5 or 43.5 million. Jamian Sherwood, 3 years, 45 million. Ernest Jones, 3 years, 33 million, and then Reed with Seattle. Seattle got busy. Seattle making moves there, shoring up some of their defense there. Jared Reed, 3 years, 25 million to round out the busy weekend in the NFL.
Honor Landry, remember VY?
Honor Landry.
Honor Landry. I also saw, honestly, he'd kind of been floating under my radar for so long. I saw Von Miller was released.
Von Miller was released.
Yeah, released by Buffalo. So I think that's a guy. That's got Dallas Cowboys written all over it right there for me. That's kind of the things that Jerry Jones.
Bring Von Miller in with Michael Parsons.
I'm thinking like Jerry Jones, Wags. I'm putting myself in glory hole mode right here. That's the kind of stuff that would get Jerry Jones excited. I could have Von Miller. He was one hell of a pass rusher. Was. Right quick, Wags. Coda text line says that Micah's going to end up at 40.2 million.
Who wrote that in?
That is a 8969 number. I'll have to
40.2 coming in with the Price is Right. With the Price is Right text there.
Yeah.
Just a little bit over there, Bob Barker. Just a little bit
so
over there.
Jerry can say he got a record deal. Jerry's all about that kind of stuff.
Is it about the record deal and making headlines, or is it about securing your guy and getting your guy there forever? Right? Like that's what I thought Buffalo did. Like Buffalo, Josh Allen didn't need to get an extension or didn't need to get a contract negotiation, right? But what Buffalo did was he realized that, hey, this dude,
it's our guy.
One of the best to spin it in the NFL right now. He's trying to grow and expand his family. He's going to settle down with a young Haley Stanfield, and why don't we give him a little bit of security? That's what a young family man would want, right? He wants some security there, wrap that blanket around that family there, and of course that's what the missus would want too. Hey, are you going to, just in spite of all your cowboyish plays and craziness that happens on the field, is Buffalo going to want to stay with you, with all your crazy antics? Sure enough, they put that security blanket and bring in Miss Stanfield there and say, you know what, you're going to be great being Mrs. Allen. So Haley, don't worry about it. We're going to give Josh the blanket, give him a $330 million blanket there to wrap you up for 6 years. And now he's locked in there until 2030. I think it's a great move for the Buffalo Bills. And what's this do? It gets ahead of the market. It allows you to set the tone so that the quarterback doesn't have that back in his bag or has leverage when he comes up for terms and negotiations.
Yeah, man. Smart business right there. Isn't that funny?
A win-win. Is it not a win-win?
Yeah. How these franchises get it. Some of these franchises get it, and then some just don't. And they see these blueprints. And I mean, if you're Buffalo, and I think Buffalo, you do this right now because if you're the Bills, you see
you do this right now because it makes sense.
It makes sense. It makes total sense. And then on the football side, I mean, you're seeing Kansas City maybe take a little bit of a step back. Kansas City, not quite. So you pay your guy, and because this is your chance. This is your chance. While maybe Andy Reid and his group are having to do a little tweaking and reloading, and that division is continuing to get better. The West, with Denver emerging as a contender and a revamped Raiders, and in a few years probably going to be pretty good as well. You're the Bills. You own the East. You lock your guy in here. This is your chance. I think these next 2 years, Wags, for Baltimore and Buffalo. Look, here's your chance to shut everybody up. The fact that you can't get past Kansas City, the fact that you can't whatever, here's your chance, because I think this is where Kansas City's getting their boots shined up a little bit, if you know what I mean. Certainly not saying Kansas City's not going to be in the mix, but I just think that this is the time that for somebody to get ahead of Kansas City in the AFC.
Yeah. So we got to talk a little bit about Xavier Worthy, don't we?
Absolutely. I was
like, I didn't see.
I was going to bring it up if you didn't.
I didn't see that on the docket this morning. We don't usually like to talk about negative stuff that happens, in the 40-acre family, but I think we'd be remiss if we didn't. We've been, flirting with the NFL all damn day, and we got to talk about what happened in Georgetown over the past weekend, or not weekend, but Friday night. So there was an altercation with Xavier Worthy, with what the NFL put out there is that it was with a family member or someone in the household, that he, impeded their air or their breathing passage, or basically put him in a chokehold, is what I got out of reading the damn article. I don't have any indication of who it is, but of course we can all speculate based off of the prior history that has gone on with Xavier Worthy's relationship and his family. It's definitely not his mom. He and his mom love each other, wholeheartedly, man. And it's seeming, they have a great relationship on TV. And look, it's speculated that it's his girlfriend, and there's been some craziness that's gone down with his girlfriend too. So it just appears to be a bad relationship, and hearts and prayers and thoughts are going out for Xavier Worthy. So hopefully, you can learn from this, and whatever happened, I'm not accusing anyone of anything here, but whatever happened, both these individuals can get themselves some help, and they can move on about their ways or continue to grow with their relationship.
Yeah. And so as this is all going down on Saturday, first thing I thought, I'm like, oh my God, here's the Chris Beard thing again. Oh my God, here we go again. But yeah, I mean, immediately. And here's the whole thing about it. I mean, for folks that may be checking in that don't live in Williamson County, this is Williamson County, Texas is a county where
it's very different than Travis County. Very different than Travis County.
It is very tolerance is not something that is a word in the vocabulary of Williamson County, and that's a good thing. I mean, I'm not saying that's bad.
From what I hear, and I've never been in trouble with the law, neither has any of my family. But from what I hear, you just need to have just speculation, and you're gonna get in custody for the night. We'll just say that.
Yeah. And for this, you see it on Saturday morning, and then for this to transpire as fast as it did, for the charges to be dropped, and then Williamson County officials emphatically, the word that I saw,
exactly. Good point. Good pull. Emphatically.
Yeah. Emphatically apologizing to Worthy, to his family, to his lawyers. That tells you that there's a flaw in the slaw, in the words of Roscoe Pico.
Somebody was lying. There was I don't know if there was anything impeded, but there was a lie. Somebody was giving some bullshit. Yeah, and that's one of the things where I don't know what all goes into when you become a professional athlete, when you sign a big money contract. I know that they take you and they train you and they teach you different things. Yeah, you got a publicist that coaches you up.
Yeah, and one of those things is where people are out to get you. I mean, they are out to get you. And if you get in a relationship, and I see that some of the chat there, I've heard all of that maybe those were the situations when that's happening.
That's what it sounds. That's what I was kind of deducing, right? Like that's what it was kind of drawing to, right?
Yeah. And the bad part about it is, we as males, let's just all talk here as dudes.
That's where I go first. Is I try and give everyone the benefit of the doubt, but I'm just like, look, there's some people out there that try and play gotcha, right?
Oh yeah.
And if you're, that's where I went to. I was just like, Jesus, man, I hope he's not trying to get got right now. But then I also, protection for for the girlfriend too, if things might have happened the way that it went down. But knowing what we knew from prior history, she had a way about her.
Yeah, and it really is a situation where male or female. When you have somebody that's in the public limelight and somebody that's being paid handsomely to perform, like Xavier Worthy is, when you're in a toxic relationship like that, and you're trying to break away or you're trying to get away from it, somehow you're not going to be able to just get away from it. It is going to follow you somehow, whether it be the other party manipulating and trying to get.
Love's got a lot of faces, man, and so does the devil, right?
It does. So, yeah, I know that this is still probably some other resolution needs to happen here, but in the sense, just knowing the county that we live in, that everything happened that we saw on Saturday, I would assume that this is pretty much all done. And this isn't, because I saw some people on X were like, oh, well, people are paying to make this go away. That is not the case. This is not somebody trying to make something going away. I think something is organically going away.
I saw that thrown out there too. Hush hush money.
Yeah. There's been some shady stuff in Williamson County, but I don't think that that's the case here. This went down way too fast.
Unfortunate news, regardless, right? But it looks like charges were dropped already. Like we said, an altercation happened, Friday night, Saturday morning, and charges were dropped in that altercation. But nonetheless, Xavier Worthy in the news. Unwantingly, we'll just say unwantingly. Yeah. All right, partner. Where do you want to go next, man?
Actually, before we go any further, Wags, how about a word from our friends back home there at Covert Bee Cave?
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Also, don't forget about our friends at McCall Custom Homes, McCall Custom Homes ATX.com. Those home renovation projects, like I've been chronicling. My master bathroom undergoing a major renovation with Mike.
What are you there? Sorry.
No, that's all right. We'll have pictures later after that's all said and done. Whether you want to renovate your kitchen, your bath, your outdoor space for summertime that's coming up, or you need to add a new story, or if you need a new build, McCall Custom Homes. Check them out today, McCall Custom Homes ATX.com. They will take care of you like they are taking care of us.
My man, what are you getting done in your bathroom? What all are you doing to it?
So what we had in there, so our bathroom, my house was built, I think, approximately 1988, 89. So we still had like a big jetted tub in there.
I think mine's like 79.
Yeah. Big jetted tub in there that we never use. It's kind of one of those things like a black lady told me one time. I said, "Are you interested in the jacuzzi
Careful now,
tub?"
What?
No, I was, and I say this because I have to say it in her voice, the way that she said it. It was a black lady that came in to look at a condo that I was selling. I said, "Hey, do you want a jetted tub?" And she said, "Honey, I ain't gonna be sitting in my own filth."
Oh,
I said, "Oh, yeah, okay." So we had a jetted tub that we never used. We had everything totally outdated, small stand-up shower with cultured marble, looked like shit. So that tub area is now going to become a massive shower in there, brand new countertops, brand new cabinets, all new flooring, everything, the walls. We're even getting a little coffee bar put up in there. We've got a custom cabinet being built for a coffee bar in there. So it's like coffee, shitter right next to it. It's all one stop. It's going to be like a Bucky's bathroom, the cleanest bathroom that you can find.
So we went. I like that, man. Just make more room, make more efficiency there in your bathroom, right? That's kind of what we were going with too. We don't use a bathtub anymore, really. So we elected to go with the dual shower, right? And one, like, here's the other thing too. The small little stall that we had for our shower, I'm a bigger guy, right? So when I wash my hair, like, my elbows were running in the walls and everything. And also, like, I'm with my I share a bathroom with my wife, and I'm not saying that she's messy, but there's like
the counter.
There's like 7 different shampoo bottles.
Oh, the shower, yeah.
Right? There's like different shampoo for different types of the week. It feels like, depending on what state your hair is in for that moment, okay, or that day,
Yep.
right? And I look down at my feet, or I used to look down at my feet, and there's just nothing but shampoo bottles everywhere, or it takes up all the damn spots on the wall that we would have cut out and allotted for for the damn shampoo bottles. And then now I have my own space, I have my own nozzle, I have my own shower head. It's not about getting crazy and wild and having intimacy in the damn shower with the dual shower head. It's about your privacy, right? It's about still having that master bathroom, sharing it with your significant other, so that while she's doing your hair and you are taking a shower, you can have that conversation, but you don't have to deal with the bottles. You don't have to deal with all the feminine products and feminine care that's in your bathroom, right? That's why you call McCall Customs.
Yeah.
To have them come out there, right? That's why you call them, man. You get them out there and maybe they can help you out.
And it's just like with ours. I mean, it worked fine. I mean, it worked fine, but Wags, it was just dated. And like I was talking,
you weren't using it either, right?
Yeah, that tub never got used. I mean, the tub never got used, and just everything in there. I mean, everything just looked old and kind of like our house is like our house. I mean, I know
it's
a lot
old.
of people.
What are you gonna do? You can't kick her out of her house. She's old.
And it's like,
what movie? Give me the movie. Give me the movie. In light of Brad Marchand being traded from Boston to Florida, give me the movie. He rocks the Bruins jersey in it. All damn. Give me.
I don't know that one, Wags.
It's Happy Gilmore.
Oh, what was the line?
You can't kick her out of her house. She's old. She's old.
Where does that? I don't remember that.
Making a ploy for his grandma.
And I've seen that. And I've seen that.
Not to take the house away from his grandma. Happy Gilmore, baby.
Happy Gilmore. But it's like with these houses, like our house, you go into our house and it's like you walk in and it's all modern, where we've done, because we can't afford to have the whole damn house done at one time. And then you go to a different
pieces by piece.
Yeah, you go to a different part of it and you're like back into the 90s. It's like our house. You go into
I know. Yeah.
Right. You walk in, it's like, damn. And then you go to the left and there's that damn builder grade carpet. And it's like up in my studio, there's one spot over there, Wags. I was making some space, moving some gear around. And it's like, there'd been something sitting on that carpet as long as I've been in there. And I moved that thing out of the way. And like that carpet is like brand new. Where it's been covered the whole time. It's like,
and not to make this like home improvement and remodeling radio here, but we're redoing our ceilings now, right? It's like just when you get done with your project, it's funny how you say, like, you turn the corner and you're dipping into a part of the 90s, or you're dipping into another era. You know what I mean? Yeah. Or you're into the 80s portion of the house now. So right now we've finished the bathroom, and now we're doing the ceilings ourselves, and we're removing the popcorn. So we had popcorn ceiling. Yeah, it's a mess. So I initially I bought this sander, and this sander is so inconveniently designed, right? Like it's got this knob that you're supposed to use for leverage, but the knob should be up on the damn shaft, higher on the shaft instead of lower at the base of the shaft. It's almost where the balls would be, right? And it should be up, higher to the middle of the shaft, if you can follow me, right? There's no leverage. So when you're holding this sander, you're kind of holding it like this, and you really don't have any leverage to kind of get some oomph back there, and you can't really balance it. So to me, it just looked like it was. And look, and before you even get crazy, like, Wags, can you move the place of where the support handle is? No, you can't. All right, so it's just a flawed design. We ended up taking just the spray and then just taking like the scrapers and just scraping it off that way instead of doing the sander. So, and after an hour and a half of struggling with that bullshit, I finally went the scraping way. But still, removing the popcorn from your ceiling absolutely sucks. We're trying to modernize the house and get it up to speed and I guess make it look more contemporary. But we did some remodeling over the weekend, and that's what we were going down. That's why there was no fast food. Mama put some chicken enchilada soup on, and that's where it was. We lived off of that for about 3 days. I don't know what I'm gonna do next. I need meal prep definitely comes into hand here, especially because I didn't realize how much I relied on fast food just being my meal replacement. I was on soup for a while, like the Campbell soups, but
yeah. I mean, it's easy. I mean, that's the whole thing about it. I mean, it's called fast food for a reason. I mean, like I can truly tell you, the 3 or 4 days, however long I've been here, I have not had anything of nutritional value. I mean, even snacks. I mean, all of my meals.
The hotel doesn't have a decent kitchen. You're in the Hilton, aren't you?
Yeah, but man, I don't really want to pay for that.
Oh, okay.
I don't really want to pay for that.
What's McDonald's now these days? Like $15, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what you're paying $5 extra for a decent scratch meal? I'm sure it's scratch food.
No, I saw
no,
it. It's
not
like
scratch
no,
food?
that's the whole thing. I mean, it's like I looked at the menu and there was.
You're in Louisiana, man. You're gonna get some cuisine.
No, they didn't have no cousin on there, man. Everything that was on there is just kind of what you can get. You know,
they got no. You're telling me they don't have any jambalaya?
I didn't see no jambalaya on there, man.
Shit on a shingle, Rodney.
Not on there. That's what I'm talking about. But it's just so easy. And back to the home renovation thing. So what really kicked this thing into gear?
Bob, tell me about it.
What really kicked this thing into gear for us a while back was we had that hailstorm that came in, and we finally got
the hail damage on the roof.
And not only that, man, like our siding and all that. Our house got tore up.
There was at least a tennis ball size hail indenture from on our siding there. And look, I'm with you. If your house looks anything like mine, or at least the back part of my house, the back siding of my house, it looks like shit. It's so outdated and just needs to get redone. That's probably that's later. We're doing the interior first, and then we're doing the exterior. Hey, Bob, tell me about your plans for your back door, Bob, or your back porch.
See, so we didn't do this intentionally to where so the storm came and they said, oh, all your siding is beat up. And I mean, truth be told,
your siding's beat up.
I hope my insurance agent isn't listening, but our siding been jacked up for a long time before the hailstorm ever come, if you know what I'm saying. So they're like, we need to replace all this. So they replaced everything. So the outside of our house was done. And then you would walk in, and this is before any of the other stuff was done. And it's like you go cruising in. It's like, man, talk about putting lipstick on a pig. You look at the outside, and then you walk into this shithole. So that's kind of how it happened. But ours has been so long drawn out because then I get laid off from a job, and then I don't have this, and then whatever. So it's like anytime that I'm like. I always juggle a lot of jobs. So when I'm like truly, really gainfully employed, that's when Mama says, home project. So I got to stay at it for a little bit longer. Got to stay at it for a little bit longer.
That's where it's at, my man. Yeah. The contract business, right? Of just picking up job after job after job.
After job. I tell you, isn't it great?
No, not really, but
I know.
You can make a life. It's a lot of hustle.
Yeah. It's like it's people sometimes have asked me in the past, well, how'd you learn how to do this, or how'd you learn how to do that, or it's like I want to fucking eat. I want to live.
Survival.
Yeah. I want to help pay bills.
That's a lot of it, like for interviews, right? Like everybody's, man, your resume's vast. You've done a lot. Why so much? Because I had to, right? Like I ran into a dead end that way, had to go this way. Ran into a dead end that way, had to go this way. Had to jump, man. Don't. And that's, I guess, PSA announcement right here for this Monday. If we're Monday morning quarterback and anything, Monday morning quarterback in your life, don't be afraid to jump. If you find that dead end, don't just sit there and stare at the wall. Get your ass over it, man. Find a way out. Shut off all the all the trash compartments in the lower detention level. Just hit C-3PO up. I don't know if you got that reference either, Rodney, but that's a Star Wars.
I did get that one. But it's kind of one of those things, in a job interview. Somebody once asked me one time. It's like, so why do you really want this job? And it's like, because I need income.
I usually give
I need income.
I usually know that question's coming and look at like some of the history of their, of the company. Be like, oh, it's because I want to pay dividends and pay into this company and love this part and go with the spirit of the bullshit.
Yeah, I want to help grow. I want to help grow the legacy of ABC, whatever the company's called.
Politician, man. That's what I was trained to be. Actually, you can see right past that bullshit. Anybody, my grandmom's always said that, man. We can always see past your bullshit. Got anything else on the docket? Top 5. What is going on? I guess we've had some bad trades or NFL free agency moves. We could go with top 5 blockbuster trades in the NFL or blockbuster trades in sports.
Mm-hmm.
We could throw that out there. It's a nice little candidate there. What else is going down in the world today?
What is this week? This is the 10th.
We got conference championships coming up for basketball.
Yeah. And then selection bowl. We're going to be next Monday is going to be a lot of fun because we'll be.
We could go with top 5 Cinderella stories.
Ooh, that's good. In the tournament,
I kind of want that's been in the back burner. I kind of wanted to save that a little bit longer or a little bit further down in March, but with March Madness upon us, we could go that route.
Yeah. Top five March Madness snubs. Well, you don't really see that much.
I mean, it's not.
Yeah. Which, by the way,
usually they get to the NIT. So.
Yeah, you don't really get snubbed too bad. And by the way, I was looking at last night before I went to bed. I was looking at a lot of the top first four out, and our Texas Longhorns are on most of those lists.
Yeah, I mean, damn it, Rodney, we almost went the entire time without having to talk Texas basketball.
I know. The women. There's still a
great season. It was a great season, right?
Yeah, for the women.
Yeah.
Yes. That will continue. Do you see the
right?
play?
I mean, going up like the regular season has concluded. Now we go. We get what they took. They took the loss against South Carolina. So
yeah. That looked like a real tired team. I mean, they just looked.
Also
they
Dawn Staley's crew, right? Like if you're talking about one of the best to do it, it's Dawn Staley and her Gamecock. So
yeah. Did you see the shoe play the other day, Madison Booker, where the shoe comes off?
I saw a piece of it, but I didn't see all the clip.
Yeah, the shoe. It was Madison. So her shoe. I don't remember if it was her shoe. I don't remember whose shoe it was. But it's we'll save that for tomorrow so we can actually show it.
And look, so here comes Rob doing what he usually does, being that Boston sports dude. Texas men deserve the NIT. Women have a chance at the Natty. Yeah, that's the up and down of the program right now. That's where the pendulum is weighing. That's where the men are at and where the women are at. So
yeah, night and day on that seesaw. Hey, Wag. So I see Nick in here. And let's
take. Oh, go ahead. What's up?
No. Go ahead.
Do you take the invitation to the NIT? If you're Rodney Terry, because you're probably thinking of preserving the last ounce of Longhorn, I guess, blood that you have left in you, right? Like you have to know that you're getting fired. You have to know that your job's ending. Or your tenure is ending at the end of this season, right?
Yeah.
Do you take the invitation to the NIT to preserve the last little ounce of Longhorn life that you have for this team? Or do you just say, you know what? It was a season to be forgotten. We wasted a NBA talent. Do we just pack it up and go home?
I think you got to rip the Band-Aid off, Wags, because if you go shit the bed in the NIT, then it's like, it's like the ultimate. It's like I'm pretty much a failure here. Let me go to the not in tournament, and then you do it again. Oh, yeah.
Look, I mean, this is because you joke about that, right? Because look, we could all sit here and say, hindsight's 2020, or we could hypothesize, or the potential of the Longhorns winning the NIT is it's reasonable, right? Like it's reachable.
Yeah.
But to also think that the Longhorns could get absolutely torched in the NIT after seeing what we've seen this season is also it's also reachable too, right? Like that can happen.
Yeah, like the old days, the old West, when you had to put a horse down, just put the horse down. Just be done.
Done. Let's just. Had a great weekend of baseball. Had a great weekend of baseball, man.
Yeah. Hey Nick, is Jerry Jones going to be a little proactive here? Because Myles Garrett shaking up the market.
Yeah, he certainly is, and it's time to go ahead and pay Micah Parsons before that price drives up a little bit more. But
$40 million. That's what we're looking at right now. $40 million.
The question though is the Myles Garrett $40 million, is that the new ceiling for Micah Parsons, or is that the new floor? And no one really knows. So
if it's Jerry, it'll be the floor, right?
Exactly.
You got to make headlines. You got to splash.
Exactly. Yeah. So we'll see.
We didn't procrastinate on this for a reason, Nick.
Yeah. No doubt. All right, guys. Looking forward to checking y'all out, brothers.
Have a great one, man. Be good.
Take care, guys.
Appreciate y'all. Well, welcome in.
Man with the 247 hat today.
Yeah, my hair was sticking up, so I don't know. We've had haters call out our hair on the show before, so I'm like, you know what?
So you're letting them affect you. You're letting the haters affect you. Let's just take off the hat.
I mean, I also look stupid, so we're good. Anyways, Monday morning, Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Nick Harris. They kind of already, we got into it a little bit, but to start the show off, I want to talk about Myles Garrett, former Arlington Martin. They're the Warriors, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Arlington Martin Warrior. Thanks, CB. The Arlington Martin Warrior, former Texas A&M Fighting Aggie, former number 1 overall pick, Myles Garrett. Reset the non-quarterback market in the NFL. Now the highest paid non-quarterback of all time. The memes have been hilarious. I want to win. And it's like, how does this much guaranteed money sound? And it's just him backtracking. I would have done the same thing. You could pay me $2 million a year to live in Cleveland. But no, you kind of talked about it already. With Micah Parsons, does this speed up the process at all for him? Because, do you think there's another guy out there that could get north of $40 million that's a non-quarterback this cycle? Or, what do we see unfolding with the Parsons cat?
I guess Jamar Chase is the only contender, but I don't see him getting 40. I can see him getting like 38, but I don't see him getting 40. I really don't think this affects the Micah Parsons contract negotiations. Like it could, don't get me wrong, but Micah Parsons back in December said, hey, I don't need to be the highest paid defender. I don't need 40 million. Said it, quote, I don't need 40 million. I just want to get it done quick so that, we have some flexibility in free agency. Well, talking to Jerry last week, it's like, okay, then why hasn't it been done quick? He's like, typically when these things are being expressed, it's that person playing the cards of the negotiation. So it's him just playing his cards. And B, he said sometimes the terms don't work out. So Michael Parsons maybe had some terms in the negotiation that Jerry wasn't a fan of. It's like, hey, I get to go back to Penn State every day. It's like, no, you can't do that, dog. So I don't know what those terms look like, but the negotiation is still ongoing. I think it'll come in south of 40, but it certainly could hit that 40 echelon.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the day when someone on the Cowboys beat asks him a normal question, and instead of doing the dodging, he's just like, "Do you know who you're talking to?" like when could this get done, Jerry? Do you know who you're talking to, Mr. Harris? But with him, in Micah Parsons, is this going to be a CeeDee Lamb deal where it goes all the way to Oxnard in August, or how does this unfold for timing?
All of the indications are that is not going to be the case. But again, we're talking about Jerry Jones here. You never really truly know. And it's going to be interesting. They had already started the CD negotiations by this time last year, but I don't think that they were this far into it. So I think that's probably the good news you could take. Micah has said he doesn't plan on holding out, but I could see him holding out in OTAs at least, or mini camp at least. Now, I don't see him holding out at camp. There's no way he can hold out at camp. There's a new defensive coordinator. He's got to catch up to speed. It's impossible to do that without being present for camp. I wonder if maybe that eventually becomes part of Jerry's negotiation tactic, is being like, hey, you have to be here. But I don't know. We'll see how that plays out if it gets that deep into it. But I think as of right now, the immediate future, I don't see anything coming down the pipe.
What do you expect the amount of years on the contract to be that Mike is pursuing, and what would you expect it to be that the Cowboys are pursuing?
Yeah, I could see a 4 or 5 year deal. I don't think it exceeds further than that. Cowboys have shown a little bit of hesitancy around those long-term deals. 5 is probably the longest I could see them putting one together for. But 4 years, that would take him through, what is that, 2029. That would be a year after CD and Dak and Osa Digizua have all had their contracts expire, Trayvon Diggs as well. So he'd kind of be like the outlier pushing into 29. I think he would be the first money on the books for 2029. So, yeah, we'll see.
And I know I've always kind of thought about this when talking with, my buddies who are Cowboys fans, like, because where they're at right now, it's a very, annoying time to be a fan. Not quite good enough to make the playoffs, but not quite good enough to get like a franchise-changing talent, top 3, top 5. But, I know this isn't realistic, but let's say they tear it down and they trade Micah Parsons. Now, Colin Simmons wouldn't be available for 2 more years because he's only, played his true freshman season. But do you think there would ever become a realistic time where Dallas could actually tear the entire thing down, build for the future?
No, absolutely not. At least while Jerry Jones is alive. I don't see that happening. And they've already invested a shit ton of money into their offensive playmakers, whether it be Dak, CD. Dak's the highest paid player in the league. CD's a second highest paid receiver. They just paid the 7th most money to a defensive tackle last week. They're not tearing it down anytime soon. Would love to tell you that they are, but they're not.
Got it. Well, speaking of not tearing it down, they just signed Marquise Bell to an extension semi-recently, last like 24, 48 hours. Mm-hmm. With him, why did he earn that? And then 2, who's the next guy to get an extension from the Cowboys? I know we're talking about Micah Parsons, but that's obviously up in the air. Who do you see being the next Dallas Cowboy to, re-sign and coming back to Frisco?
Yeah, so Marquise Bell is an undrafted free agent pickup out of Florida A&M in 2022, and he emerged immediately as a reliable special teams player and then stepped into a big role in 2023 whenever the Cowboys had 87 linebackers get hurt. He stepped in and played linebacker for 11 games and played well. He eventually was the reason, in my opinion, that the Packers were able to just run the ball down the throat of the Cowboys defense. But I don't think that's Marquise Bell's problem. They just had a safety playing linebacker, and it eventually bit them in the ass. But I think you look at Marquise Bell, his reliability, his consistency, and him being able to make a big impact on special teams. It eventually got him that deal. He was approaching restricted free agency. So the tender that they could have put on him would have been it would have been $3.2 million, but they went ahead and got a deal done for $4 million per year, 3 years, $12 million. I thought it was kind of crazy when I saw the numbers come down. I was like, wow. But they do think a lot of Marquise Bell. Really good player, really good dude, and happy for him. Who could be next? Jordan Lewis is approaching free agency, their slot nickel corner. That's a guy that they want to bring back. That negotiation is getting pretty hot right now. So I think you could see a deal potentially get done there. But there's definitely cards being played by both sides in that one right now. But Jordan Lewis is the top priority for the Cowboys right now heading into free agency.
Got it. I saw Jake said DeRon Bland. Anything with him? Is he up for a negotiation this year?
Yeah, so he could negotiate a deal this offseason, which in my opinion, I'm with you, Jake. I think that's the one that needs to get done. Because you see J.C. Horn just came down this morning with $100 million. What was that? I think it was 25 per year. I think he's at 4 years, $100 million. That's and DeRon Bland has had a better start to his career than J.C. Horn, in my opinion. So it's I think you're probably looking at that type of money for DaRon Bland. I wonder if maybe the injury last year could help you out in that negotiation. If you're looking at it from the Cowboys' perspective, he missed 12 games with a foot injury. I would get DaRon Bland done as soon as possible. He has 1 year left on his rookie contract. You don't want him to hit free agency. So that's certainly one. And then Tyler Smith, they're all world left guard. He's now due for an extension. He's got 2 years left on his rookie deal, but maybe one you would like to get out ahead on. But getting out ahead of contracts is not something this franchise has been used to doing.
Yeah, speaking of getting out ahead on contracts, can you tell me what the hell the Cincinnati Bengals are doing right now? Are they the only front office that does a worse job than Dallas in the NFL, or?
Yeah, they just refuse to pay their guys. It's a decades long philosophy, notoriety for the Bengals. They just refuse to pay their guys. So like when it gets time for Trey Hendrickson to get a deal, they put him on the trade market. When it comes time for T. Higgins to get a deal, they have now franchise tagged him twice, and they have his mama talking shit on Facebook. And Jamar Chase, when it's time to pay him a deal and he holds out of camp, they're like, all right, buddy, go ahead. And they let him. And then he comes back and plays last year, has an awesome year, and they're still dragging their feet. Joe Burrow is the only player they have ever paid, it feels like.
Yeah. Man, I mean, like, how can you think you can give two receivers max contracts and then your edge rusher that leads the league in sacks? You're like, see ya.
Yeah,
I'll trade you.
Yeah, I would have paid Hendrickson, and I would have traded Higgins last year probably if it were me. And then you go and you draft a guy, or they have some really talented receivers, young receivers. Andre Yosivach, that could be a really good T. Higgins replacement one day, in my opinion. He had like 5 red zone touchdowns last year. They also have Jermaine Burton. I'm not a huge Jermaine Burton guy, but he kind of showed some flashes at points last year. But yeah, Bengals malpractice at this point, how they've handled their stars.
Yeah, I mean, especially because, like, you know how many good young receivers come into the league every year in the draft?
Yeah.
Compared to, like, impact-making edge rushers?
Yeah.
It's a big difference. And, I mean, like, it just doesn't make any sense. And, like, their whole – the way they got to the Super Bowl – of having like the worst O-line in the league, the worst defense, and they just had a really good, quarterback receiver group. Like, one, very hard to do. And they did it. They went to the Super Bowl, obviously lost, but like they don't show any signs of ever even getting back to that. And like they're doing the same blueprint where it's like, all right, we're gonna have this crazy skill group, but everything else below average. And now we have to pay this crazy skill group ridiculous money when they used to all be on rookie contracts. Like, they didn't even really try to get anything out of them being on the, rookie contract window. And it's just – it's nuts. But in Jermaine Burton, didn't he have what was it? Like, he didn't pay an apartment? He didn't pay rent on an apartment or something?
Whenever I was covering him in the draft process last year, there were a ton of red flags with him. It was like, he's a headache, don't draft him. Like, he's not going to get arrested or anything, but he's going to cause you a damn headache, and he's not good enough to put up with those headaches. I was like, okay.
Yeah. I've never really been a fan of his. Even at Georgia and then Bama, I was, like this guy. But I was kind of surprised Saban took him, too, out of the portal. But, I mean, I don't know. What do I know?
That was old senile Saban.
Yeah, but other top free agents want to talk about the J.C. Horn thing. Maybe I'm just a casual, but how can you make any sense of this? J.C. Horn's now the highest paid corner in the league.
Yep.
Some names behind him: Jalen Ramsey, number 2; Pat Surtain, number 3; Jair Alexander, 4; AJ Terrell, 5; Denzel Ward, 6. What in the I don't get me wrong, barely watched any Panthers unless they were on red zone, and they almost never get in the red zone, so didn't see much of them. But like, how does this happen?
Okay,
of all the places Carolina can distribute money, they put it there. The year after they drafted they're the first team to select a running back in the NFL draft, and then they extend Chuba Hubbard middle of the year. Like, what is going on here?
Yeah, I'm going to give you a couple reasons as to why this could have happened. One, so J.C. Horn had a year left on his deal. They wanted to go ahead and get ahead of it and get a contract done now. they are afraid that they are going to end up paying more money if they allow him to play another season. And they didn't want to take the risk of him potentially leaving either. Now, Carolina's in a tough position because they are Carolina and they suck. So whenever they do have a good player, they have to get out ahead of these contracts, or else these players will hit free agency and be like, I'm good, dog. I'm going to go get $120 million in Kansas City or wherever. I don't know. I'm just talking about a contender. So that's it from Carolina's perspective. Now, the second thing is the original tweet there from Adam Schefter that he's quote tweeting it, are the last two words right there. If you could highlight it, David Mulugeta. That's the man. That's the man who negotiates the majority of these wild contracts. And guess who he is the agent for?
Deshaun Weinstein.
Micah Parsons. So he is certainly going to get his money when the time comes to.
Well, is the Deshaun Weinstein contract, is that still the highest or most guaranteed money ever?
So Josh Allen, I think, overtook that yesterday from a guaranteed perspective. I need to double check that, but I'm pretty sure he did. But yeah,
I don't know. The Weinstein contract negotiations more impressive. Like, he got this cat the highest or the most guaranteed money of all time when he had like 20 active allegations. Like, what?
That is insane.
You know?
Yeah, Justin Tucker needs to hire Mulugeta.
Yeah, for real. And also, like, man, what Cleveland's whole like, how much longer are they tied to Watson? You know,
it's bad. It's bad. I don't know what the deal is, but it's bad. I know that their first potential to get out of it is next offseason, and I'm sure they are counting down the days.
It's like, dude, like, if the Titans trade that pick away and New York takes Ward, #1 overall, the guy who's supposed to mentor Shedeur Sanders is Deshaun Watson.
I don't think Shedeur would go too.
Well, I'm just saying hypothetically, you know.
Yeah.
Like, if they take a quarterback, he's being mentored by Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
You know,
that's
so
scary.
I feel like it's just nuts. But apparently y'all saying Surtain just got paid. Is that like as of this morning or
No. Recently, like in the last year.
Oh, okay. So the $24 million's new. No, it's kind of wild to me. Yeah, we appreciate the feedback, Dr. Smith, but it's NFL free agency, so we have to talk about it. What unrestricted free agents do you think fit the Cowboys? You know, I know they've said they don't want to really go out and, you know, make splashes, or Jerry said that, but, you know, it's coming up today. The new league year starts at 12:01 our time.
It's going to be on Wednesday. It'll start.
Oh, Wednesday. My bad. Thought that was today.
Yeah, it'll start on Wednesday. But as far as free agency, that can make sense. This isn't necessarily a free agent, but it's one that is starting to make more sense as time goes on. So Devontae Adams goes to the Rams yesterday. The Rams are probably more inclined to trade Cooper Kupp as time goes on. That just feels like something Jerry would take a swing on. It really does. Paying a 5th or a 6th round pick for Cooper Kupp and calling it a day. I could definitely see that happening. Aside from that, Nick Bolton was a name that I was going to be interested to see if he hit free agency, but the Chiefs locked him up yesterday. There were a lot of linebackers that got locked up yesterday. There's kind of a rotational guy from Chicago that the Bears are letting hit free agency. I expect him to end up with the Cowboys. His name is Jack Sanborn, another undrafted free agent who, you know, made his calling on special teams. Will probably be a similar type role for the Cowboys. But again, yeah, the Cowboys are not going to hit in that first tier, that first week of free agency. When the new league year opens on March 12th, there's not going to be a whole lot of action for the Cowboys for a few days. That's just the nature of the game. If anything, they are trying to get their own guys back in the fold. So that's a Jordan Lewis. That's running back Rico Dowdle. That's a lot of these guys that are about to hit the market. So they're Punter and Brian Anger. But other than that, you probably shouldn't expect the Cowboys to make any big moves until probably next Wednesday.
Yeah. Who do you think's the first free agent that signs in the new league year? I've seen Justin Fields out in Dubai right now.
Yeah. That's. I think it is going to be one of these quarterbacks. I think it's going to be Aaron Rodgers probably, even though he can sign whenever because he's been released. But I think Rodgers will probably be the first big one that splashes.
Where do you think he lands? Because I've seen some Steelers stuff, and then I see the memes right after where it's like Mike Tomlin tying a noose, having to control the locker room with DK Metcalf, George Pickens, and Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. My prediction is probably I could see him going to Minnesota. Just go ahead and fulfill the Brett Favre prophecy and end up in Minnesota and get it done.
Yeah.
I think it could work out because J.J. McCarthy's going to need a year of seasoning. He didn't get that year last year because he was nursing that shoulder injury. I think get Aaron Rodgers there on a 2-year deal, call it that. And once he starts sucking, just throw J.J. in there. I would hate that for Jordan Addison, though, because you're Jordan Addison. You're coming out of the draft. You're one of the hottest receivers. You want a Biletnikoff. You have to go to a team that has the best receiver in the game, and then your entire rookie contract is spent with trash quarterbacks.
Yeah.
That would be 3 quarterbacks in 4 years for him. I mean, that would suck for Jordan Addison.
Yeah. What other teams are even being reported for Aaron Rodgers besides Steelers, Vikings?
Seahawks. Seahawks are one that is starting to emerge because Geno Smith got traded to the Raiders. So that one's somewhat realistic, but I think they're going to want to go young at quarterback. I could see Justin Fields landing in Seattle.
Man, Seattle's doing some weird stuff. Weren't they like 10-7 last year, dumping off DK Metcalf, dumping Lockett, Geno Smith?
They're just blowing it up. It's crazy. It's wild. John Schneider, I don't know what he's doing, but he's cooking something over there.
And I'm sorry, who was the hire they made once they got rid of Carroll?
Mike McDonald.
That's right.
Yeah, from the Ravens.
Yeah, I don't know. As a 49ers fan, they can rebuild. We'll let them have it. I'm kind of nervous on the Dre Greenlaw stuff. I'm seeing a lot of other teams offering big money and hoping they can bring him back. One of my favorite players on the team and just dealt with injuries lately. So,
yeah, that's a couple of those San Francisco defensive free agents. I wonder how much influence Nick Sorensen, the new special teams coordinator for the Cowboys, who was the defensive coordinator for the Niners last year, wonder how much influence he'll have on possibly bringing 1 or 2 of those guys over.
Yeah. It'll be interesting, but I don't know. We will get into some recruiting first. I want to talk some Texas basketball. Last game coming up.
Hold on. There's one big NFL topic that I think you're leaving out from the weekend. Is this Xavier Worthy stuff? What the hell?
Oh, yeah.
What the hell?
I'd honestly kind of forgotten about it. I didn't pay much attention to it. Okay, so I assume pretty much everyone watching this knows what we're talking about.
Yes.
But if not, and you can correct me because I might get the story wrong, but what I've seen led to believe thought his, I guess, wife, they're married, right? Or fiance, sorry. Believed his fiance was cheating, had a private investigator, has evidence of Miss Fiance cheating.
A world hurdles champion, by the way, this woman is.
Yeah, wow. I mean, hey, I try to make it work, have a son, because, hey, you got another NFL player on the way there.
Yeah, exactly. You should have popped one in there.
Yeah, those bloodlines. But anyways, the PI catches her cheating. Believe he confronts her to be like, hey, you got to, get your stuff and leave. You got to pack up. We are not together anymore. Believe the story was she refused to leave. Got into an altercation. I think actually punched or assaulted Xavier Worthy in some way. Police were called. She
ripped his hair out.
Ripped his hair out, yeah. But police are called. She goes, he choked me, all this. It's assault, pressing charges. They obviously book Xavier Worthy. That's where the mugshot comes from. And then not too long after, it comes out that the whole PI cheating story, that she was asked to leave and that she actually assaulted him. The charges are dropped. I don't know if she actually came out and say anything, but I believe Xavier Worthy's lawyer in their official statement was like, yeah, she lied about the entire thing.
Yeah.
I'm not really going to take a stance on this just because I do know how the NFL works sometimes with these guys. It's very easy to pay someone off. That's how Greg Hardy played in the league, however long he played in it. But from the stuff that's come out this far, I guess it makes sense. I don't know. I don't really have anything else to say. I don't know if you have anything.
The tough part for me is whenever the Williamson County DA releases the statement on Saturday, or no, this was, I guess, Friday, or no, yeah, it was Saturday evening. saying, yeah, hey, we've done some investigating, and as of the evidence we have in this case right now, we are going to be dropping the charge. We will be looking we'll continue to look into it, but as of right now, Xavier Worthy is being processed for his release. So that was at like 3:30, and then Xavier Worthy didn't get out until like 8:45. So imagine you're sitting in a jail cell because from what you have communicated, a woman has accused you of something when in reality it was her doing it. And then you get told, hey, man, you're getting released. Congratulations. He's like, all right, cool. He starts getting his stuff. He's like, no. We'll let you out in like 5.5 hours. You just sit tight, all right? I would be pissed. I'd be like, are you kidding me? Like, let me out. I'm not supposed to be here to begin with.
Yeah. No, I mean, man, it's very interesting to think about. Can't wait till he gets on a podcast, gives his side of the story, perhaps.
You see he shaved his head.
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah.
It was like new beginnings. So it's like, you know, I don't know if this is something an innocent person would do. You're giving off some weird flags here, Mr. Worthy, but not saying he's guilty, not saying he's innocent either. Just like I thought the haircut thing was kind of strange.
Well, he had hair ripped out by the girl.
That is true. That is true. But I mean, I don't know. You couldn't really tell how bad it was with the mugshot. But hey, he's really. He was very close to completing the Kansas City Chiefs receiver process.
He really was.
Get that mugshot, get the charge for like assault of a family member. Now he just needs to get caught speeding.
Yep.
Sorry. That was horrible. But no, the Chiefs thing is very interesting, I should say. Very curious, you know, who are the influences in that locker room? We all know, you know, the baby goat Mahomes, but like this dude shared a receiver room with Rashee Rice. You know, that has to have some effect on him, you know.
Jackson Mahomes is just walking around the locker room influencing guys all the time. That's the problem here.
Jeez, man, I don't know about all that. But anyways, Texas basketball has a painful loss to Oklahoma at home. If I'm not mistaken, they have like a less than 1% chance to make the actual tournament now, or is it completely zero chance?
No, there's not a zero chance, but they're going to have to make a run here in the SEC tournament. They're going to have to beat Vanderbilt in the opening game, which is basically a home game for Vanderbilt. And then they got to beat A&M, which would be their second-round matchup. And in my opinion, they have to beat Tennessee as well. They need to get into the semifinals to even have any shot, in my opinion, to get into the tourney. It's a long shot as of now. They're going to have to go on a run here.
Yeah, hard to see that happening. I mean, I watched like the last 10 minutes of Texas OU. I watched the last 10 minutes of the Mississippi State game. And it's just like, man, holy crap. How have Texas fans watched an entire season of this?
It's bad. They have no post presence. They have nobody down low that can handle anything. Caden Shedrick is awful. These transfers that they have brought in, you look at the roster on paper going into the season, there's no reason it should be this bad. And I think that's probably going to end up being the biggest indictment on Rodney Terry. I'm a Rodney guy, and hate on me, whatever. I think he deserves another year just for what he's done for the last couple of years, getting them into the tournament and winning games. If you look back 5 years ago, that was really tough for this program to do. But I understand he's probably going to get let go at the end of this year, and that's going to be the biggest indictment. As you look at this roster, you see the experience, you see what these guys done at previous stops, and y'all haven't been able to do shit. So it's going to be interesting. And I was talking about it with Tommy Yarich yesterday. Is who the hell are they going to go get? And that could be something that could work in Rodney's favor. Is that the open market might not be crazy, but the hottest name potentially that could be out there is Chris Beard. And so that's not going to work. So who else is it going to be? So we probably are throwing Chris Beard's name on our hot board just for funsies. Royal Ivy, I could see happening. I think Royal Ivy maybe finally gets his shot. And Jake, Grant McCaslin, I think is the best option. But there's no way Tech allows that to happen twice, right? I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? But Grant McCaslin's incredible.
I don't know, man. Like at the end of the day, I think everyone has a price that's high enough. And Austin, Texas or Lubbock, Texas.
Yep.
Because there is a difference. And I was going to make a conference joke, but the conferences in basketball are comparable enough. But but Grant McCaslin, I think, is definitely a name to monitor. Royal Ivy, like you mentioned. One name that Horns 24/7 is hearing that has some legs potentially, Quinn Snyder. So
fascinating.
Yeah, I don't really have anything else to say besides that, but Quinn Snyder is a name we are monitoring.
He's still with the Hawks?
I believe so. Don't expect it to be this guy, but I most definitely think Will Wade will be a name that's thrown around. Everyone's like, oh, he broke all these rules. Like, all that shit's legal now. Also, you're out of your mind if you don't think everyone else was breaking rules. He just was sloppy at it, Like, under the table money still goes on. NIL hasn't changed that. There's a lot less of it now, but like, there's still places that pay kids to visit unofficially, officially, whether football, basketball, whatever. Like, at the end of the day, the schools they will continue to do whatever it takes to get the top players in the country to their school. So, yeah. And Rob, to be honest with you, I'm not sure. Might be a better question for Nick. We might have to Google it, but Rob said, okay, everyone loves to bring up Royal Ivy, but his only head coaching experience is with South Sudan, right? Do you happen to know?
Yeah, so the bulk of his experience has come as a longtime NBA assistant, and he's worked with a lot of really talented staffs. Obviously, he's got the Texas ties. He's been a guy that every time that there's been a coach opening since Kevin Durant has been in school, Kevin Durant has vouched for Royal Ivy to be the guy. Now, he has done a pretty solid job with South Sudan, but again, it's South Sudan, so it's a much different situation. But he's been an assistant with the Knicks, with the Nets, and then now with the Rockets on the Ime Udoka staff. No head coaching experience. That's something that would jump out to me as far as like, okay, do we know that this guy can A, run a team, and B, recruit? He's never even coached at the college level either. So how's that going to work? So he would need a really talented staff around him. But here's the thing, Jordan. They paid Rodney Terry a really minimal contract to stick around. He would have taken $20K a year to stick around as the head coach of the Texas Longhorns. And they basically gave him that in the grand scheme of like power contracts in college basketball. You have a big money pool that you now have available to you after whiffing on the Chris Beard deal. You now have a big money pool available to you. You can go get somebody. You can go money whip some big power coach out there if you want to. I don't know what would make sense or what would be reasonable, but there are some power coaches out there that might be looking at, a potential look elsewhere. Look at John Calipari last year. No one would have thought he would have been leaving Kentucky. Arkansas threw that money in front of him, and it worked out. Bill Self, is he potentially looking at getting out of Kansas? Who knows? I don't know. I'm just throwing names out there, but I think it could be. Oh, and look at Longhorn Bear. Exactly. Me and Longhorn Bear are right here. So who knows? It could work out.
No, hey, Longhorn Bear said, I think it's time. Bill Self has a new view from his home. 360 bridge on a beautiful golf course. Would be cool, but I myself absolutely cannot stand Bill Self. But, if he wins enough games, that can always be fixed. Just with him, like, I was such a big Texas basketball fan on, like, the Jacobin Brown teams, Jonathan Holmes teams. Like, that's what I grew up on. And every damn time it felt like they would find a new way to lose to Kansas and Bill Self, and I just couldn't stand it. And a lot of that, too, came from man, I had like a youth basketball tournament in Cedar Park or Round Rock or something, and I remember in like the concession stand area, they had this Texas-Kansas game on. Pretty sure it went into overtime. And I remember for whatever reason, there were like 30 people in there wearing Kansas gear. And they all just like pissed me and my dad off so much that like I've kind of had a hate for Kansas since. Football is fine because it's for the longest time. It's like, hey guys, A for effort, good job. And then they started beating Texas, and it was like, oh, I don't know about that. But with Bill Self, very, like, why has Kansas had the year they've had?
Yeah, that's been a case study as well, because you look at that roster, holy shit. I mean, they're preseason number 1, and now they're going to probably end up being an 8 seed in the tournament. In my opinion, I think they've just run that offense through guys who are not it. Like Hunter Dickinson is the LeBron James of Brock Cunningham's, in my opinion. Or it's just like, dog, it's time to hang it up, man. And a couple of guards that they have not worked out. One that they store that should have been starting at the beginning of the year eventually did end up getting starting and then got relegated to the bench. It really hasn't worked out for their guys. KJ Adams has had a down year. It's been tough to see from perspective.
My boy.
Yeah, that's just an underachieving roster at the end of the day.
Yeah. What about Arkansas, Calipari? I know he got, a lot of his high school kids to flip over to Arkansas and he signed them or whatnot, but why isn't it working with him? Is it just a lazy take like, oh, everyone else is spending money now, he lost the fastball? Or
I will say they have really had a really strong last month or so, and they are firmly in the NCAA tournament now. They were in a situation whenever they played Texas a couple of weeks back. I remember it was when I was in Indy, so that would have been last week of February. They were first 4 out, and now all of a sudden they're like comfortably in the last 4 byes, so that they might not even have to play in the first 4. So they've played really well down the stretch. I think they could win a tournament game or two.
Yeah. And how's Kentucky doing with their coach?
Solid. Yeah, they've won more games against top 25 opponents this season than any Kentucky team ever, which is crazy to think about. But they score the basketball, man. They average, I believe, like right around 80 points a game. They light up the scoreboard. They're going to end up being about a 4 or a 5 seed, but that's a good team. They've done a good job with Mark Pope.
So what you mentioned with them beating, the most top 25 teams in program history in a season or whatever the stat is, how much of that do you think is because the SEC is like the best it's ever been in basketball?
Yeah, it's really damn good. And that's probably a lot. That's a big part of it for sure. This is the best the SEC has ever been. So they're able to rack up some wins against like Ole Miss and Vanderbilt and Mississippi State when they sneak into the top 25.
Yeah. Man, I saw a tweet the other day where it's like Texas has always had, really good players that are on pace to be transcendent NBA players or top 5, top 10, lottery picks. But they rarely win anything with those guys. Miles Turner, Mo Bamba, Trey Johnson now. Like, the Trey Johnson experience has been fascinating because it's clear as day the team obviously stinks, right? And he's a great player, great scorer, but, like, I remember my dad went out to go see a home game. And he was like, man, I can't stand the way Trey Johnson handles himself. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Because, like, I've never watched the games really up to that point. He's just like, man, like, he hates passing the ball. And when it's not in his hands, he won't stop, like, calling for it. And, like, once he pointed that out, every time I've watched him on TV, I've noticed it too. Like, what do you think his legacy will be at Texas, going forward? Because he's obviously gone after this year. But, he's still a lottery pick. He's still a player who could have a great NBA career. Like, I don't know. I just thought that was curious because with how Miles Turner and Mo Bamba handled themselves, even KD, it felt like it was just, one, a better team around them, but 2, they handled themselves better as the team's leader, all that.
Yeah. I think that first game against Ohio State probably did more harm for Trey than good. If that's actually a problem that is happening in the locker room, then I think that probably that opening game against Ohio State where he goes bananas, it probably did more harm than good because he looked around and he's like, oh, I run this shit. And there's a lot of talented guys on that team. You talk about his legacy at Texas as we look back, whatever, and one of the best players in Texas history, truthfully, but underachieved at the end of the day because you can't go over 14 against Oklahoma and expect to win. And that happened multiple times this year where he would go 2 for 12, 1 for 13 or whatever. And it would lead to a Texas loss. And the wins seemed to power through him whenever he was on, and the losses seemed to power through him when he was off. So that's probably what his legacy will end up being. That's not what his legacy should be, but that's what it's going to end up being.
Yeah. Man, and the Rodney Terry thing, like, there's no way in hell he gets brought back unless he just has like a Hall of Fame level blackmail on CDC or something like that, or on like some of the main boosters. Like, that's the only way he gets brought back. And one thing I'm curious about, like, is the general manager, do they actually have the same power in basketball as they do in football? I know it varies program to program, but like, for the most part, roster construction in football, it's based on high school recruiting, the guys you add in the portal, and how much you pay each of them, budgeting it all, right? And at Texas, Brandon Harris is a big part of that. Sark obviously is as well, and they work together, set the high school recruiting boards, portal recruiting boards, and then when it comes When it comes time for, it to be determined how much they're going to make, that's Brandon Harris making that calculation, working with the Texas One Fund, to get everything so it fits. But in basketball, right, Rodney Terry, I don't think has done a good job as at least X's and O's this season. And what I've watched, it's just poor basketball that's being played. But also the roster has been constructed horribly. And I know, last season it's, Ron Hall left him at the altar. That was so unexpected. And the other high school prospect they signed did it as well. And, they just that's what sunk the season. But, who's in charge of building that roster? Is it not Rodney Terry? Who even is the GM?
Well, Chris Ogden is the GM. He came as one of the original assistant coaches on the Chris Beard staff whenever he arrived. He came from UT Arlington. He was the head coach over there. Did a good job at UT Arlington as well. Snuck them into the tournament once or twice, I believe, and built a couple of really strong rosters with Chris Beard. And I think coming into the season, you would look at it and you wouldn't expect this roster to have this many problems. So I do want to give Ogden a little bit of credit in that sense, because you look at it on paper, Julian Pope, Traymon Mark, even Caden Shedrick to a certain extent. And then you add in a guy like Trey Johnson. And then you're bringing back Kendall Weaver, who was just this big energy plug for you, and then he can't stay healthy all season. You didn't expect all of those guys to underachieve at the end of the day. And I think that eventually boils down to a coaching issue. So I think Ogden is worthy of keeping around just because he's put together a couple of really strong rosters. I think back to that last team that Beard had / the first team that Rodney had. I mean, it could have been me or you coaching that team, and it would have been a pretty strong team. We could have gotten them to the tournament, I think. And I think by the end of it, they eventually started playing for Rodney, and it led them to the Elite Eight. But that's a dude who's good at his job, in my opinion.
Who's even considered the top GMs in college basketball right now? Because in football, I can think easily at least the name. I'm not saying they are the best, but they're considered. Chad Bowden, USC now, used to be at Notre Dame. Courtney Morgan, Alabama. James Blanchard at Tech. Guys like that. Those are the guys, the big names in the GM space. But in basketball, is there even a category of names like that?
Adrian Wojnarowski at St. Bonaventure. No, not really. I mean, some of these programs recruit themselves, especially out of the portal. I mean, Rick Pitino said either last week or the week before last, he's like, look, we're not recruiting high school kids anymore. It's pointless for us. We're recruiting out of the portal. That's what's going to win us games. And so the landscape is changing. The players are moving a lot more at a higher rate, in my opinion, than guys in college football. So I don't know. I don't have that answer for you.
Yeah, because I was just thinking, man, if Texas fans are asking or want, to have a legitimate basketball program, you got to go after the best, right? And that's coaching, and nowadays, in today's game, a GM. So I was just curious about that all. And also, man, let's say you're CDC and you make a hire. Or CDC hires you, I should say. You're the new Texas men's basketball coach. How are you going to build this program out for the future? Because how many true freshmen do they even have on the team right now? 1, 2, right? Are you going to try to sign 5, 6 high schoolers, set a foundation, and push 2 of those guys out? Or what would your blueprint be?
My blueprint would literally be what Rick Pitino said. I'm just recruiting the portal. That's where the experience is so valuable in today's college basketball game. I mean, you'll see in a couple of weeks. Look at all the teams that are in the Sweet 16 or the Elite Eight here in a few weeks. It's going to be teams that have a ton of experience. You're going to see blue bloods in there, or teams that have built their programs like an Auburn or a Tennessee. And then you're going to see some random teams like a Drake in there. Drake is 28-3. And they have a ton of experience. They can sneak into the Sweet 16. You're just going to see experience everywhere. And eventually that's what wins in college basketball in this era. So, yeah, I would just be recruiting the portal like crazy.
All those teams you mentioned, I know Auburn, I believe I saw something where Auburn's average age of their starting 5 is more than 4 current NBA teams or something like that.
Yeah, it's nuts.
All those teams that you mentioned, are all those guys portal guys on those teams, or is it half built where, it was a guy that started his career at Auburn, he's still there 5 years later?
It's a good question. I know Auburn, the majority of their playmakers are transfers. Now, granted, obviously Auburn lost the last couple of games of the season, but they're still going to be a 1 seed in my eyes. They'll probably end up running the SEC tournament and playing well. But Janai Broom, who's their guy, he transferred from Morehead State. He's been there 3 years, but he transferred from Morehead State. Chad Baker-Mazzaro, their second leading scorer, came over from San Diego State. He was on that San Diego State team that made the national championship. Miles Kelly, their third leading scorer, transfer from Georgia Tech. I mean, we could go down a list here. All these guys are guys who started their career elsewhere.
Wow. Man, NIL basketball agents raking it in, I'm sure. The bags are bigger, less roster spots, like just nuts. Gonna talk some football recruiting. So pretty slow right now in the recruiting world, at least for football. I think part of it is because this is usually around the time schools would book OVs with kids. That got pushed up about a month early. It's where February was the month everyone started booking OVs, if not the end of January. So, like I said, it's pretty dead right now. Visits are ramping back up. Last weekend was the first weekend that schools could host, prospects in over a month because there was a dead period that went into effect. But like I said, not a ton going on. So for the Stampede this morning, we kind of did something retrospective where we did the 10 most impactful high school recruits of the Steve Sarkisian era at Texas. And just most people understand this and already know what I'm talking about. I want to clarify, Xavier Worthy, Quinn Ewers do not qualify. Xavier Worthy signed a letter of intent to Michigan, got out of it, ended up at Texas. Quinn Ewers, obviously transferred to Texas after 1 year at Ohio State. So that is the criteria about it. But Jose, I'm almost positive I know who you're talking about. I will get to him in a sec. But Arch Manning's obviously number one. We know that. But who's 2, 3, 4, and 5 for you?
Okay, so this is going back to 2020.
The 2022 cycle.
Class. Okay. Okay, Bijan was one of Herman's guys. Jonathan Brooks was one of Herman's guys. Jade was one of Herman's guys. Goodness gracious. Okay, here we go. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Why don't you name off a couple names while I look up these classes?
Colin Simmons, Ryan Wingo, Ant Hill, Baxter, Calvin Banks.
Jalen Gilbo.
Yeah, he's on there.
I would probably go Kelvin, just because Texas had a really bad stigma around how they could not develop offensive line talent. Like whenever Sam Cosmi got drafted, it was the first time in like forever that Texas even had an offensive lineman drafted. Whenever Kelvin came around and now he's going to end up being a first round pick, that helped them so much in my opinion. I'm now looking at this 23 class. Byron Murphy, he's got to be up there as far as development, especially in the trenches.
Byron was 2021. He didn't sign.
Oh shit, my bad.
He didn't sign with Sark as head coach.
You're
I know that.
Right. 100% right.
He only ever
Anthony
played
Hill.
for him though.
Yeah, Anthony Hill. I think Derek Williams is going to end up being one of those guys. I'm still such a Derek Williams believer. What's y'all's list? How do y'all have them ranked out?
We didn't do it in order, just 10 of them. But the names we did, Arch, Ryan Wingo, Malik Muhammad. Damn, Will spelled Malik Muhammad's name wrong. CJ Baxter, Ethan Burke, Mookie Taff.
Taff?
Yeah, I kind of that was Will's, and I was like, I don't know about that, but
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
But like Taft's thing was also weird because he committed to Texas as a PWO like 12 days after the Sark staff was hired.
Yeah.
And few people actually know this. The longest tenured person at Texas right now is J.M. Jones.
Yep.
Who's currently the director of player personnel. But if I'm not mistaken, at the tail end of the Herman staff, from the very beginning of the Sark era, he was in charge of the walk-ons program. So we are, I guess, counting him as a Sark recruit. Ant Hill, obviously, like I said, Jalen Gilbo, Kelvin Banks, Colin Simmons, Arch. Look, right now, as of March 10th, 2025, Kelvin Banks has been the most impactful thus far.
Yeah.
But Arch Manning, the reason I say he's won, well, he helped put together the entire 2023 recruiting class. Does it still finish top 5? Maybe. Does it still finish top 10? Yes, like without him. But he solidified, that class being what it was. Do all of those guys end up at Texas without him committing in June, around OV season? Probably not all of them. That really did swing open the door for a lot of stuff. And because kids are like, oh, shit, if Arch Manning's going to Texas, I need to consider them. They beat out LSU, Ole Miss, Bama, Georgia for him. I need to go, look into that.
Yeah.
And not just the Arch effect in recruiting. Going forward, like I've talked about it some. Yes, his headline or his name, it dominates headlines. But we haven't actually seen what the Arch Manning effect is when he's QB1, when he's the actual starter, not just starting because Quinn Ewers is hurt. He is the guy, the face of the program. Texas is only playing in primetime slots from here on out unless it's a crappy non-district opponent or non-conference opponent. And it's because of Arch Manning. So when you are on a national TV schedule because of that, there are kids in other states outside of the region who are seeing Texas, some of them for the very first time. And they're going, holy shit, that's Arch Manning, So he's going to continue helping the program recruit itself just by him being the starter. I mean, he was helping with just being the backup, So with him, I do think, if we were to cut it right now, look at the classes they've signed so far and, pause, give it 5 years, look back and reorder this as who's the most impactful. I think it'll be Arch Manning 1. Kelvin likely 2. I mean, he won the Outland Trophy. Forget the other one he won. Always forget the name of it. But, I mean, he was the best tackle in the Big 12 Conference as a true freshman.
Yeah.
In year 1 of being on campus. So, like, really crazy to think, like, man, imagine Mario Cristobal doesn't leave Oregon and he signs Cam Williams, Kelvin Banks.
Man.
How much different that is.
Different times. I'll tell you what. They would have had to go on the hunt for a tackle early on, probably in the portal or just in general. That would have been tough for Texas.
Yeah, would have been very tough. And I mean, snap. Even like, if Cam Williams isn't on this team, who the hell is the right tackle this year?
Yeah, probably like Jaden Chapman.
Yeah, and like even then, it's like I'm not,
Gooseby. It probably would have been Gooseby, but he would have had a lot of growing pains.
Yeah, they did have Gooseby as a left tackle though from day one, and when he showed up.
So is he going to be the left tackle next year?
Yes, he is. And the Gooseby thing was interesting. Like, he was a June enrollee, but I remember Hudson calling me within like the first week or two of the 2023 cycle showing up on campus, or the full 23 cycle, I should say. And he basically was like, hey, Trevor Gooseby's going to be a star. I'm like, oh, what are they saying? And they're like, they're going to make him earn it, but they're almost positive he's the guy after Kelvin at left tackle, and he's skipping everyone else in line. I was like, damn, really? And he's like, yeah, they've loved what he's, come to campus with. And I was talking – I actually went to a coaching clinic on Saturday with Colin Kennedy, and I was talking to someone there about Gooseby, and they're like, you think, he'll be a 4-year, 3-year guy? I'm like, shit, he's going 3 years. He easily can go after 1 year starting. Dude, if Cam Williams can get drafted after 1 year of starting at right tackle, right, where he led an entire conference in penalties and he's still going to go day 2 at the very latest, Trevor Gooseby can easily go one and done as a starter. Yeah. Especially, like, once the NFL and all these draft nerds, like, find the videos of him doing, like, East Bay dunks and 360 dunks as a high schooler, like, it is over. His dad played in the league. His little brother's going to play college basketball. He quite literally checks every single box. He's a phenomenal kid. Plenty of schools reached out trying to get him to hop in the portal, stayed put. Not exactly sure what the number is. I know the range, but I honestly would have expected him to command much more than what he's getting. So, like, he's quite literally a box checker in every single category. So,
he's gonna be awesome.
very curious to see, what's going to happen after he's gone. Because right now, I do think the starting line next year, Gooseby left tackle, Nato left guard, Cole Hudson center, DJ Campbell right guard, and then Brandon Baker right tackle. But who's the left tackle of the future, right? That's why I was sounding the alarms when they whiffed on Michael Vasusi, because it's just like, dude, they haven't signed a true left tackle since 2023.
Yeah, they're going to have to portal hunt for that.
Yeah, or like, Felix Ojo, John Turrentine, whoever they end up signing in 2026, those guys, if they're good enough, they could start day one potentially.
Yeah.
SEC is way different than the Big 12, but if they were going to let Kelvin Banks do that and felt good enough about that, because he obviously was good enough and earned that, other guys are going to have the shot to do the same thing. So very curious to see what happens. Nick Brooks, obviously humongous, 6'6", 6'7", 350. That's what he showed up at.
Yeah.
But I think he projects better to right tackle. Kelvin Banks is kind of the dancing bear type, and Cam Williams is the refrigerator type. Nick Brooks is very much the refrigerator type.
Yeah.
So left tackle, it's going to be something to think about, and much rather get it out of high school because the portal's way more expensive at every other position, but specifically left tackle.
That does suck that they couldn't land Fasusi, because that would have been a perfect transition. Give a year of seasoning for Fasusi, and then let him start for 2 years, and then he's out in 3, because he's gonna be a first round pick, no doubt. No doubt.
So I don't know, a lot that could unfold, but Jose wanted to bring this up. So the kid, if I'm not mistaken, you're referencing Israel Kamara at Gilmer. Nick, your mind's about to be blown.
Okay.
So this is a 2027 offensive tackle prospect who listens.
I've heard something about this kid before, but I'll let you go ahead.
So I just pulled up these texts. I texted Hudson Standish and someone else. Do y'all know anything about this kid? I think he's originally an international kid, was at Clearwater Academy, but he's now at Gilmer, May 23rd. And I don't know why he deleted these off his Twitter, but it was like these videos of him doing like basketball drills over in Germany. But grew up in Germany, originally from Germany. Somehow ended up moving to the U.S. his freshman year of football. He was at Clearwater Academy in Florida, like I said, which is, I don't want to say the top international like prospect factory, but it's one of them. That's where a lot of kids at least begin their American football careers there. And then, they'll end up at a Junipero Serra or, San Juan, one of the California schools who usually pay them to leave that international academy to come to their school. Why? Because they're good at football, right?
Yeah.
So I have no idea how in the hell this kid ended up at Gilmer, just because it was so out of left field. I doubt they recruited him. They must have one of his parents must have some job in Gilmer or something, because that's the only thing that can really make sense to me. But he pops up on my Twitter, and I'm just going through my For You page in May, and he pops up on my Twitter. Damn, I can't. The old account just got deleted, I guess. But over 6'6", lists himself above 350. Again, the Twitter's deleted, but had soccer videos on there. Clearly grew up playing soccer, playing basketball. Is a really good mover for his size. The thing is, the UIL ruled his ass ineligible as a sophomore, so he didn't play a snap. Didn't play JV ball either. So his junior year will be his first year in film.
I could see everybody at Gilmer's district being like, "Oh hell no, we're getting him out of here."
Yeah, exactly. But I remember I went and saw Tyler Chapel Hill and Gilmer play in like week 4 or week 3, and I was so excited to see him. And they come out for warm-ups, and this cat is just like on the sideline wearing a wife beater, like waving a towel around the entire game. And I was so disappointed.
You're like, whose dad is that?
No, at first I was like, oh shit, that's the German kid. But damn, my Twitter is not working right now. I was trying to pull it up, but a few schools, the same thing must have happened to them that happened with me, where he just popped up on their Twitter feeds, and they were like, yo, holy shit. Because he got invited to camps right around when he popped up on my Twitter, and he got his first offer like 3 weeks later. So had like 5-6ish offers heading into his sophomore year that came from camps. Didn't play a single snap, and then He now is like 24 plus offers because a lot of people hosted him for game day visits and offered him just off of height, weight, measurables. So going to be interesting to track. Texas has not offered him. I think they eventually will. He checks the boxes Kyle Flood loves as a big human, but just competed at Under Armour New Orleans. So verified information on him will be out for the first time ever. So curious how that'll affect his recruitment. The 2027 offensive tackle class in Texas is arguably the best tackle class I've seen. Texas has already offered 4 of those offensive tackles, and I think there's genuinely about 7 or 8 of them that I think are good enough to get a Texas offer one day. So a really deep group, even deeper than the 25 group that had Michael Fasusi, Lamont Rodgers, Ty Haywood. If only it was a year or 2 earlier, because Texas needs those tackles badly. But anyways, we'll get out of here. Thanks for tuning into the Lone Star Playbook. Coming up, the Midday Mashup, where SEC Unfiltered recapping the SEC basketball weekend, including some thoughts on Texas' loss to OU. But y'all have a good one, and we'll see y'all on Tuesday.